his last time on Conqueror of Avernus. It was a good time. You all finally managed to make it to the legendary city of Kintyre, where it seems destiny's crossroads are starting to meet. Am I allowed to say something that corny? I'm allowed to say something that corny, right? Just one time. I get away with it. On your way there, the team had to make a decision. Did they want to fight through a massive pile of devils standing guard outside of Mephisto's prized treasure? They made it to the ice, a gigantic 7-kilometer behemoth. And after deciding, they decided that the decision that they decided was about their ship is that they couldn't decide. Thank God someone texted Courtney and she's like, do it! Did the tiebreaker broke, and the team decided that they would smash their ship through the very wall of ice and snow before them to cut off so much of their path, though it cost them everything. Their ship annihilated in the process. The DM confirms with a sad nod of his head, reminding that nothing short of divine inspiration or some really powerful wish spells, at which point we're talking the ship of Theseus here is the same thing if it's rebuilt from the ground up, but that's a conversation for a different game. After one harrowing fight, Bellamy shot a spell off at the very start and then got stuck in a snowbank because, well... You made your way to the barrier that you found, and on the other side, it would appear that this gigantic ice mountain was almost entirely hollow, like staring in through the side of a snow globe. Bellamy lifted up her violin and played her second song of the day, because prior to that, we played Flight of the Valkyrie, I believe, on the violin as they flew in with their ship through it, because why not? That was a hat tip to Dean, his idea. The barrier itself, though, well, you played that old song on the fiddle that your character picked up quite a long time ago in the ice maze. And the barrier opened and allowed you and your friends to step through. But the process was strenuous even on your incredible artistic skills. And in doing so, your character found herself stepping out of the normal mortal realm. You have heard of shifting out into, oh shoot, the astral plane. There we go. Brain skipped for a moment. You've heard of stepping out to the astral plane, and you've probably done it in your character's history. Let's be honest. You went to hell. That's like a considerable few steps higher. Similar to that, but just not quite. You've never experienced such a thing. Still walking in the world, though completely not a part of it. The DM says as he nods his head, giving the wink and saying this explains how Courtney becomes a guest star and appears for any game that she's able to. Pops in and bam, she appears. She's not here, she disappears. Heyo! So at this specific moment, and it won't only last for a few moments, your character is technically poofed. You're seeing the rest of the party. And they were able to confirm that if they can figure out a way to control this barrier, they'll be able to bring you back out of that permanently, instead of this blinking in and out state of existence. So it was nothing to worry about, the DM says again as he nods his head and winks an eye, right across the fourth wall. As for what was on the other side of the barrier, well, you can see that pretty picture that I've stolen here. Love it, it's a nice one. Google is my best friend. Of the beautiful city Kintyre, seemingly floating in large pieces. 5 kilometers across, with a gigantic field of disruptive energy around the exterior, creating an incredible barrier, strong enough to even hold up the snow that has been falling for millennia atop it, creating a massive glacier over top of this beautiful city of red. Red haze and smoke seems to flow far below your feet, in the cracks between the land. And dead center you can see a gigantic palace. However, where you presently find yourselves would be a little different. Oh, Jillian just disconnected. I got worried for a second. Like, what just happened? I heard the sound.
That was a little bit of a delay for you then.
Yep. I heard the sound a little bit ago and I was in the middle of monologue, so I have to finish this. Concentrate.
Okay.
Yeah, so I think that she got a phone call because I can hear her speaking. I imagine it's her mum. probably.
And this is a recap for her, so I mean, she ain't missing nothing. She'll be back shortly. Though, on that note, you might be wondering where you find yourselves. Looking at this massive floating city sitting atop rock and stone and crystals of ruby far below. The ground that you're on appears to be a city street. Around you, buildings, large and small, though some of them oddly very square, almost featureless. The path itself dark, with the exception of a single lamppost a little further down, maybe 150, 200 meters, the light on it blinking in the distance. The air here is very nice, very cool, just a perfect temperature. Every now and again, it whips by with a whistle, due to the very odd nature of this floating place. And as the DM pointed out, this is also its own separate demiplane. All of the negative effects of the 9 Hells no longer apply to this campaign. But that doesn't mean there are no negative effects in this demiplane. Kintyre existing in its own protective shell. As Lulu quickly speaks up, "Oh, this is some bullcrap. What is this?" Spreading her wings out and giving a flap as hard as she can, but unable to muster the strength to lift. Welcome back, Jillian.
Yeah, my mom just FaceTimed me. It's Mother's Day, so I couldn't really ignore that.
Oh, yeah.
Understandable.
I gave mine a message like, don't give me the afternoon call. I will give you the afternoon call today. Happy Mother's Day. Just so you know.
Yeah, she opened her gift. I sent a gift down with my sister. She had opened it, and she just wanted to say thank you. She knew I was playing D&D, but she was like, "Oh, I'm sorry." I'm like, "No, it's okay, Mom. You can you get priority on Mother's Day."
You were out with
it's totally
Sandy's
okay.
yesterday.
Only
Anyway,
this
sorry.
one day, of course.
Yeah. Anyway, sorry. Carry on. I'm gonna be downstairs very soon. So if I pop out and then pop back on, don't worry. It's just me switching from my phone to my computer.
No worries at all, Jillian. You take your time. So, Lulu has pointed out something important. She's unable to fly right now. Flapping her little wings, she looks a bit cranky, mutters something that she really doesn't like walking. You know, some bull crap. They gave me wings so I could fly. I'm an elephant, I can fly. I don't like walking. Walking isn't fun. No time is fun. I just want to do it. Around this time, she wanders over and bumps into Nilk Grace. Hops on his... or Nimbar, sorry. If you bump into Nilk Grace, that would be very strange after all the timey-wimey bullcrap.
What's just happened?
Walks over to Nimbar, the wizard, and Courtney, as mentioned. There was a dinner with death. And in doing so, this was finishing the pyramid. The players found a scroll which took them to death, who explained to them that the mummy they killed had an avatar of death, basically, it captured. And that was the reason he couldn't die. So he was very grateful to the party, but he was mentioned that the gods had cheated in their game. They directly intervened to bring Nilkrace back. And he said that's no good, and he had to take Nilkrace away. Flux questioned why they were being punished. And he admitted they weren't, and he'd make it a balance. And then gave you all what the DM called one of the ultimate weapons. A black vial of swooshy, smoky liquid, inside of which holds the greatest poison. For if stabbed into a monk, they will never again be able to draw upon ki.
Oh, shit.
Also gave, he brought you all the pizza. It was Chicago deep dish, because that's delicious. And he was like, here. And he left the box, which was half filled. And like Jillian's like, I'm taking that box. And I'm like, go ahead.
Oh, I was just about to say someone better have taken them leftovers.
Deluxe later discovered that the box of pizza produced infinite pizza.
Oh.
And whenever it's opened, you get a fresh, warm, delicious Chicago deep dish pizza, steaming hot.
You know, honestly, I love that for us in game, but Courtney's real mad that she does not, in fact, have a deep dish pizza in front of her.
Oh my god, it'd be so good. I'd sit down and be one day, yes, give me this freaking dipping sauce too for that. I'm going all out.
My favorite thing about being an adult is being able to eat literally whatever I want at any hour of the day.
Yeah, I'm gonna have some cake in a little bit.
Do
Not
it.
gonna lie. It's
I,
also.
I had cake
honestly-
yesterday and making pizza later.
Oh, nice.
I have never actually had deep dish pizza.
Oh, you're
What?
missing out.
Really?
Yeah, no, I have
Oh,
no idea.
so
Like,
good.
I
So
think it sounds good. Like, I would love to try it, but I've never had it.
Well, when they say a pizza pie, this is literally the pizza pie. It's super thick, so tasty, fluffy, good, and all delicious.
Yeah, because it's filled with cheese and toppings, right? And then the sauce is on top.
Yep, the bread's fairly thick as well, but it absorbs a lot of it, so you get a nice effect.
Ah.
But
Oh god!
it's,
Now I really want it.
I think Pizza does one. Now that I stop and think about it, or is,
Yeah, I feel like I want to go to Chicago for reasons, and I think I'm gonna get it. I'd have to
that's
try
fair.
it there. I'll save it for that if I ever get a chance to go.
If you ever go that way, I'm gonna send you with my little miniature of the Reaper, who's super tiny, like it's a mini, and I'll send you with that. Be like, just take a picture of him on the box so we know he did it. I will be straight honest though. It was the pizza itself is a reference to Marvel because they always have someone like pizza is the absolute greatest thing humanity has ever created. So I ran with that. That's my pizza run. But at the same time, I wanted to give the characters something a little nicer than just here's some treasure. It's like here's a warm friggin' meal. What you're free of hell. It's done. You did it. Okay. 19 levels later. Okay. So, there are no negative effects to food or drink or anything like that inside of here, but as Lulu has pointed out, at the moment, flying is off limits.
I'd like to cast Misty Step.
Teleportation appears to function just fine,
Okay.
with line of sight, because you're out in the open, the DM says as he taps his nose with a wink.
Yeah. I did just burn a second level spell slot, but I'm okay with that.
Oh, I
Learning
thought-
that now and not in a fight is worthwhile.
Yeah, I thought you had.
Oh no! Right now, I've changed that.
And going with what I was previously saying, Lulu, who was half a step from tapping Nimbar on the shoulder, watches him Misty Step and she looks a little sad. She goes, well, I got a bad breath.
Oh, I'm sorry, Lulu. Just trying to find the new rules we're playing with.
Timber, you monster.
Gives a laugh.
With that being said, let's go ahead reduce myself to mage hand. Can I still move myself that way?
Yeah, no general troubles with those sort of things.
Okay. I'll then put myself down and regrow.
Am I with the group at this point?
You're floating alongside in the astral plane. I pretty much just painted out the picture of how things are gonna go, but I'm literally gonna shove you into the game in just a second.
I'll try polymorph myself just to see if that works.
No trouble with a polymorph.
Okay,
Which means
yeah.
will probably change as well.
awesome. For a brief minute, I'm a knee-height black and white dog that does a Kermit face, and then I turn back into Alec.
Oh, great. I'm gonna actually unpause the game, even though we're on just a generic map.
Low key, I would totally live here though.
Looking around as Bellamy, that's something you could easily confirm, as many of the buildings here, though in great standing and not damaged, would have been residential, but they don't appear to be housed. Well, except the large, square black box-style buildings. No windows, no doors, no nothing, completely sealed. Some shops beyond that, but again, none of this had ever been used. It looks like a city that was built and never inhabited, at a glance. It's around this time. The DM fulfills his promise to Courtney, and her character literally gets shoved into the game as a strong hand grips her shoulder. Powerful. Friendly, even, you'd say. Feels familiar for that brief second. And you just get that tiny shove forward, you know? Your character stumbles, reappearing with the rest of the group. As you see
Hi guys.
the ghostly apparition of guy walking past the group slowly. Hands fall to his hips as he gives a big, broad grin, approaching that light in the distance you can see. Spreads his arms and says, "By damn, you did it." And walking out of the shadows, out of the mists, ghostly apparitions linked to those dreams that you all said you'd walk with. You can see them here now, a little piece. As Straken himself, decked out in full plate armor, beautiful cape flowing to his feet, and that horned helm under one arm, walks forward. The elf, S03e with him as well, and two others you may not recognize, a very large orc and a halfling. The orc has a pair of great axes on their back. Little halfling, well, it would take about half a second for Jade to just point two fingers and say, "Rogue." Know what I mean? Guy clasps arms with Straken, who gives him a nod, confirming that the city has been constructed and built. And Straken gives a smile and says, "And I've left a defender outside Mavius's lair. I don't think anyone will get by them." S03e gives a chuckle and says that it was a mighty cruel one. The two of them walk forward a little as he starts to cast a spell, and you can see the entirety of the city beginning to react. The ground beneath his feet lighting up with runes and markers. He seems to be activating something within the city in order to use a basic teleport spell, as he looks towards the group and says, "Bring it online, guy. I'm putting my trust in you. We're heading back to Blackrock, and they're coming. We have to stop them." The four of them teleport out, and Guy smiles before fading away into the night. Perhaps some of the final moments that this city ever saw. Because as you recall, as the DM does a flashback, when you were in Blackrock, off in the distance, this city was on its way and disappeared.
This. You ever get that gut instinct that you're in over your head again?
All the time.
Yeah.
Lulu
Comes
looks
in
up
waves.
slowly. No, I ain't never had that feeling. It's not like the last 10 levels worth of this bullshit ain't been terrifying. Woo-hoo. Lulu, whose CR has never been adjusted.
So, a bit of a brief aside, sometimes it feels a lot like we're trying to get the achievement in Half-Life 2 for carrying the gnome through the game. Just can't let it break.
We love our gnome. DM's like, what if I kill the gnome? Everyone just looks at me like they're about to commit a murder, and I'm like, okay.
You've tried that before. How did that go?
No, the book tried it before.
You've tried that before. How did that go?
The bad guy grabbed her, almost killed her, tossed her aside, and left her behind. He totally won that one. I had her, dead to rights, and I let her live. So no, I've never tried to kill her. The book did. I still wonder, like, actual evil players, that happens with Lulu, and they're like, fuck her. Like,
I just can't imagine. Like, I can't imagine playing D&D as the bad guy. It's like every RPG you ever play, it's like you're always at least kind of the good guy. How does it even work?
Oh yeah.
I love the idea of just being super, super evil, and honestly, that probably doesn't surprise you because you play on Tuesday.
An evil campaign can be fun. I usually have to play lawful evil if I do an evil campaign, because there has to be one level-headed control freak in the group if you're all evil. Because when the chaotic evil person runs forward to do the kill, the lawful evil grabs them by the shoulder, slides back, and says, "Please don't, for me, buddy. Just trust me on this. I'm the level-headed one." And the chaotic evil's like, "Oh shucks, well you're usually right, so I'll trust you." And they just look up and say, "I'll let my friend go unless you give me your money."
See, I'm sneaky. I do it while everyone's asleep.
Oh yeah. Oh, I had a player try that, but the book specifically said the NPC was hyper paranoid, so they sneak into the guy's room and he gets them dead.
Incredible.
I let them roll death saves and they survived it, thank God. They limp down the stairs in the morning mad at the guy. He goes, "I have no idea what you're talking about." Leans in, "Should I do it again?" It's like, power move. Rolls
Yeah.
a 20 on the intimidation, the other player gets flat nothing. It's like, "Oh, I'm so sorry. The dice were not your
Love
friend
it.
today." But that's, that's the way it goes. It's one. I like the times when the NPCs win because they happen very infrequently for moments like that. Usually the NPCs like, "You ever dance with the devil in the pale moonlight?" And the PCs are like, "Yeah, hang still," and cuts them down. Oh, but yes, I've gone on a bit of a tangent. So, with a group of you all together, and apparently flying off the table, but teleportation once more available, I will say interplanar travel is still off the table, especially since you're inside of this city. The barrier itself would prevent it. You know that from the magics behind it.
Yeah, well, I mean, we've got 5 days to save the universe anyway, so, plane shifting for a quick beach holiday probably isn't on the cards.
Looks back at Jade. Okay, you can just toss my beach ball off into the aether. I don't need it anymore.
Oh no,
Time
now I'm
to
the
get
monster.
Serious, Lulu says with a nod. And then laughs, of course, because, well, it's Lulu. Lulu gave up being scared and worried a long time ago. Mostly because she realized if the end's going to come, it's going to be instantaneous with this team. There's no other way.
It's true.
Oh my.
So we went through the barrier. So is it like a barrier like a kind of just stops you getting into the plane, and once you're inside it's like a normal sky, or is it like we're in like a dome?
It is completely see-through from the inside. A gigantic sphere around this entirety. Looking up, you
Like
can see the
Atlantis?
ice. Sorry?
Sorry, like Atlantis?
Yeah, that's actually a good way to do it. That's the standard, right?
Yeah.
Or like Star Trek, or yeah, Atlantis is a good one. Except, this is a lot bigger than Atlantis. Atlantis was maybe 2 or 3 kilometers by the look of it. This one's about 5 to 7. Gigantic. It's like Waterdeep floating in the air. But Atlantis was a good time too. In my defense, D&D has had floating cities for a very, very long time. But now I'm getting Stargate Atlantis flashbacks. That's such a good series. Anyway, sorry. So, there are buildings nearby, though for the majority they are empty. They were never filled or brought. But there's plenty of places to find shelter, that's without question. None of the doors would be locked. It's like it's Canada. And where you stand in the middle of the street, there's a little light blinking. I had to say,
Okay.
come on.
Alec becomes confused and concerned that no one is taking security seriously.
Give me a perception check for Alec. As he starts worrying about security and looks closer.
Should I be seeing anything besides the really pretty background thing?
Nope, we're in theater of the mind for the moment.
Okay, cool. I just wanted to make sure.
I have to get a good tile set for it. Every single one I look up is future tech, and it's like, no thank you. Wow, Alec rolls as low as he can, so it does take him a little while to realize what's going on, because his senses might have felt dulled from being inside of the cold for so long. His nose beginning to warm up as it twitches and sniffs, and he can smell the earth beneath his feet. Twitching more, you can smell also on the air the fresh scent of greenery. Somewhere here, at least relatively nearby, there's natural plant growth.
Oh, I'm going to be keeping an eye out for that.
The DM leans in, it
So-
also implies that all the negative things that happen to all of your spells. Your imp on your shoulder looks at you. Hey, boss, you think I've become an owl now? That might be cool. Essentially. So be careful
Well-
if you resummon your imp, he might not be an imp anymore.
Good to know.
So this city's floating?
Yep.
Wait. The imp. Oh no, never mind. Don't mind me. Never mind.
Well, I mean, the imp went through that squishy box thing, which was pretty torturous and kind of got stuck, so you never know.
Yeah, no. I was gonna say the imp wasn't with us, but then I remembered he was immune to the fire, so he didn't.
Yeah.
Right.
Hits him for 70-some damage. He's like, I'm so not dead?
He's like, oh my god, I'm dead. Wait, what?
You just like, dude, you can stop screaming now. You're cool.
He's like looking at the menu, no friendly fire. He's like, yes! Oh. But beyond that, as mentioned, the only thing that seems to be doing anything is the lamppost relatively near that has its light blinking.
Is it like a? Does it look like a continual flame, or what kind of magic style light are we
No
looking
fire. It slowly glows in and out, or blinks, or, a little randomly. Definitely showing signs of fluctuating power. But it glows. It doesn't produce... It's not a flame or a torch from a distance.
at? Okay, cool. So just going off this picture, there's like a... Does it look like there's like a central building, like a what was the term? Seat of power, or like a government of like where the king would sit, because this is built by a king, right?
Yep. If anywhere, definitely the central area with its large pillaring palace would be there. But most likely that's probably where you'll find any major defenses. And as Straken himself warned, he's left something nasty behind to protect it all.
We took a short rest, right?
Yep.
Should we start walking towards the center of town, or should we stop at the first building we see and see the kind of stuff that
I feel like we
we
should
expect to
go
find?
slow, check things out.
Yeah, that's good.
One thing I'll point out, given that you're probably way back here somewhere, and it works this week, yay! The road itself breaks apart before you can make any major progress, leaving exceptional gaps between areas. Of course, you can try to clear said gap, but that's going to be a challenge in and of itself, and you have no idea what's going to happen to you if you fall. Especially with flight entirely off the table.
I think we maybe just find a way around, guys. What do you reckon?
Yeah.
Yeah, depending on the size of the drop.
You imagine if we fought to get the ship here, and like, great, we can just fly over the city, and they're like, no.
Well, in the bottle it goes.
No flight. As we kind of move along slowly, I take it there's like zero signs of life.
Nothing at all. As you walk down this path, you get close enough to that light, the lamppost. There's other ones on the street, for what remain of the street. The lamppost itself, you notice, is powered by a crystal, a single ruby, at the very top, lodged in place. Blinking on and off slowly.
Does it have any kind of pattern to its blinking?
Nope. It just seems to be gaining and losing power. A general glance at it is more than enough to tell that there appears to be stone made of red dust. And Alan says he can't use redstone because that's totally a Minecraft ripoff. Traveling down the lamppost into the ground itself, going somewhere. Trackable, certainly.
I'm gonna cast Mage Hand and kind of poke it.
What is it?
I'm a big fan of poking
The
things.
like the lamppost, like the
Lamppost goes dink, dink, dink. Thank God it's not cold or the finger might have got stuck, you know.
okay, and the ruby.
The ruby itself, as it goes up and hits, is in place. You can tell it could be removed, much like a light bulb.
Okay, but it doesn't seem to. I
There's
suppose that.
No response from having you tap or move or any do those things to it. No
Okay.
negatives.
And then the red dust.
The red dust itself is very hard to the touch and melted in like paint to create a circuit going down. There doesn't seem to be any breaks in it either where it connects into the ground. You're also more than welcome to perception checks or etc. if you'd like to try to identify exactly what the dust is.
Sure.
I would love to do a perception check.
I was going, Nimber,
Lu-
does any of your magical items let you cast Detect Magic?
I can ritual cast it.
Courtney's first roll, nat 20 on a perception check. Melanie would casually wander over, take a look, lean forward, and nod. Ruby dust, 100%. You've seen it 1,000 times, you know it. Pure ruby ground up into a fine powder, mixed in to a paint, and then plastered through an area, creating a channel for magical power itself. So usually you don't need to use rubies, lesser gems will work. Using a ruby implies a considerable amount of power. Way more
What?
than you'd ever need to power a light.
Isn't Sariador Ruby Dragon?
Huh? A ruby dragon?
Yeah, there's crystal. I don't know if that's in character or out of character. That was the.
That was in character.
I don't know if we know that. I'd need to look back. We'd heard of Sariador, but I don't know if we know what color he is or what.
Sardio,
I-
mighty dragon
Gem-
god
I
of
think
night.
I think we know.
I thought
I-
I was gonna say the same thing. I'm pretty sure we know. I thought it was. I don't remember, but I thought we knew.
Well, you know what? At the very least, I'm just gonna throw it out there. Maybe that's exactly what Fulminoxus is saying to the team. Like, Sardior, yeah, god of Gem, Ruby Dragon, god of Gem Dragons. We all knew this. And the team's like, yes, we knew this.
Yeah.
Yes, haha. We know things about stuff.
I can't honestly remember if that was specifically revealed, underlined in bold and typed out. So, Gillian, Flux is the character who definitely knew that all along. When she heard Sardior, she's like, oh yeah, Ruby Dragon. Fun time.
You know what? I was leaning toward Ruby anyway, so I feel like I did know that.
Oh, it's awesome. It works so nicely too. Because, well, your character's Dragonkin, right? Because it makes things a little easier too. It would make sense. Sardior, the dragon god of night, psionics and secrets. Master.
Also, Ruby is my birthstone, so.
Oh, that's awesome. That works out really well. One interesting piece of lore for Sardior that I'm going to send to you, Jillian, since your character does know about her. Him. Whoop. I'll send it to you in a message in a second.
Mm-hmm.
And Straken is like an avatar of them or something like that.
They're the same, as far as we can tell. They're the same person, just different forms.
Yeah, so if he ordered this constructed, then it makes sense that Ruby's
Yeah.
denotes his power.
Yeah. I'm just trying to think. How high up are these lampposts?
second here. I'm just giving a quick message to Jillian, which is going to add a little bit here.
Jade probably tells you how high is the balances on top of one.
What I've messaged to you, Jillian, is exactly the sort of information that Flux would have been told growing up.
Got it. 1 second.
A mixture of legend, myth, and history all together. You never know how much of it is true and how much of it isn't until you live it.
Interesting. Okay, cool. So I look at the group. I have permission to share this, right?
Oh, definitely. It's in knowledge your character has.
Okay. Right, okay. So they in my village we used to hear there were bedtime stories and campfire stories and kind of, to scare the little ones about Sardior. He's said to be he had this long sinewy body with scales that shined like rubies, and you'd think that he was a red dragon when he'd approach you, but you'd find out when it would get closer that it was actually ruby. And we heard about his floating castle when we were kids too, the Ruby Palace, and sometimes when the moon would be red, they'd say that was his castle coming into view as it looked like a small red moon.
Bellamy gives a visual shiver. Ugh. Well, that's not menacing at all.
And yet now, Flux finds herself before a gigantic ruby palace of Sardior's design, floating in the aether, the legendary city of Kintyre. Because the DM said, why not combine both ideas? That could be epic. I can make a whole campaign around that. And here we are. That was really good. Thank you, Jillian.
Welcome. Tried to make it a little bit more, instead of just reading it word for word, I tried to,
Oh, and I'll be
make
honest,
it kind of my own.
I copy-pasted from the knowledge base. It's here, this is the info that you would definitely have.
Yeah, that's okay.
What is it with our world in bad moons? Sardior has a castle that's a bad moon. There's a Tropis, a screaming moon that wants to eat the planet. Are moons the bad guys?
They might
Campaign 3 of Critical Role has some interesting takes on that as well. I'm not up to date, but I've been reading some stuff about it, and I think there's some moon nonsense going on in that too.
Okay, so we're in the boogeyman's back garden.
I've heard of world where the moons are actually the gods and their eyes looking down on the world. So not all moons are bad.
That's a comforting thought.
Wait, isn't this the first time that Bellamy's seeing Nimbar since he's been back?
Oh, right, sorry, I slightly skipped that. When the players returned from their dinner with death, they found themselves back in the pyramid, where Nimbar was hiding behind the wall. Learns over, he's like, you guys all okay? Which came as no surprise to the party who was there. Moments before, you saw the apparition of a friend, of a large, beastly barbarian, Alara Stormbreaker. Though, whether or not they were male or female, and exactly the finer details of who they were and what they could do, those information lost on you as Death explained that they were a member of the party, or are a member of the party, or would be a member of the party, or something of the sort. He said it was hard to explain how time is broken to those who can't see it like a god does. However, he did confirm that great is Sardior's power, and this was someone you were yet to lose to them. That's why.
Is this their person?
That person that is always... The team that said, you can all ask me one question. And they're like, who the hell are we missing?
Mm-hmm.
And that was the answer. Somebody who's been
Goddamn.
with you all along, who you have yet to lose. But because of Sardior's incredible strength, they ripple through time and completely annihilated them. When you went back, Nimbar was still there. And thank you. When you went back, Nimbar was back because Death decided to tweak the rules a little bit and use this other timeline that had the barbarian friend, who came down at the last second and sledgehammered the Godslayer as they were reviving. So rather than Nimbar having to give up his connection to the Weave, it was enough to break the Godslayer's concentration, and Nimbar took the upper hand in the fight. Why Nimbar doesn't remember the missing party member still happens to be because of these timey-wimey modifications. For all that he remembers, he overtook the fight and won. The rest of the party knows better. Nimbar, the only person left not remembering, as the DM tapped his nose, which is in part a sort of reward to John, because he's constantly, I gotta know, and it's like, and now you have all the meta knowledge, but your character still gets to experience what it's like to not have it, so you can still see it play out, not knowing.
Incredible.
You know what would be an even crueler twist? His awakened mind knows everything, because we carried his spellbook around, but it can't tell him.
Oh my god. And the one cruel thing I had done, however, was Death gave a book to the party, and in it was all of Nilkrate's memories, up to that moment. And he said, you find him again someday, give him this back and you'll be who he was. But this way, he won't come looking for you to try to bend the scales again.
Sir,
And
that
Pup
is not
was
the cruel thing
behind.
you did.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Pup was
Buckle
left
up,
with the
Courtney.
Wait, what? What happened?
Pup, the little mechanical robot that followed Nilkrates around.
Yeah.
Well, he wasn't with the dinner with Death, so when the party went back and found Nimbar, Pup was there too. Poor Pup.
Ah!
Now,
Looking for an owner that doesn't
just-
remember him.
just Courtney. So
Absolutely not! I shouldn't have come this Sunday morning. How
Courtney-
very dare!
it actually is worse than you think, because back when we first had Nimbar, and he went to take up the sword of Zerial, he couldn't do it until Pup, pushed against him, because Nilkrates isn't complete without Pup.
What a noise.
So now you have
My
to
heart.
win, so you can bring Pup back to Nilkrates. That's like the most important task you have right now.
Yeah, it really is.
However, I argued, I think it would be worse for the dog to go back to his owner and the owner to say, who the hell are you?
No, because they're part of each other. I'm sure they would.
Oh yeah, the dog would grow to love him again and he'd grow to love his dog, but I mean, it wouldn't be his dog's old friend. And then he gets his memories back and loses him again for a second time for the him that he just got to know. Oh, so no matter what, it was a sad story for Puppy. But there's a happy ending if you can get him there.
Oh boy.
And yeah, I had to throw it up. I'm sorry. That one picture perfectly sums it.
Yeah.
On the flip side, Puppy's still alive. So that's a positive.
Yeah. By the way, I had asked how tall the lampposts are.
Oh, not very. You know, your standard lamppost that you see in a city comparison. A couple of, maybe like 8 feet. So for Nimbar, huge.
Yeah. Just because I was thinking of Identify, but I don't think that's
There wouldn't
realistic
be
at
much
this
that
point.
you could pull. You could do a generic Arcana check for further info on it, but there
Yeah.
wouldn't be really much left to get. You've already, by observation, got mostly everything you're gonna need. Yeah,
Oof.
the crystal is a standard crystal. There's nothing special about it. Analyzing the situation, you can see that it receives power directly through the ruby run and turns itself on. The power, however, seems to be fluctuating, not constant. It should be constant. There's no problems with the line, which means the source might be. Now, you can trace that power back to where it comes from and try to figure out what's going on here. Because this also appears to be the only thing that has any degree of power in the city. Outside of this, it's mostly dark. Small beacons of light here and there that you can see in the distance.
Do we want to try and find where this is coming from, guys?
No, but yes.
No, but yes.
Lulu nods and says, I'm with Bellamy on that one.
Yeah, I think, do we want to? Do we need to?
Yeah.
I imagine it will probably lead to there, and Alec will point to the central building. But if we follow one of these power lines, I guess you could call them, it might show us a route.
I will say that center building itself appears completely detached from the rest of everything else. Quite the gap between it and the outer area. Lulu even makes a moment to point out, oh, it's kind of like that scab we had to get to when we was riding, and then we got stuck at a cliff, and then Dusty showed up. She looks towards Dean like, you know, you're a pretty good driver. I think you were behind the wheel that time. Then looks at Jade. Oh, it was you. One or the other. I don't know. I was too busy looking for my brown pants.
That's fair.
I'm all down for following the power lines.
So tracking them underground can be done in one of two ways, and I give this because of the 25 on the Arcana skill check. With a Detect Magic, you would essentially have X-ray vision and could follow the lines. At least you'd assume you'd be able to. They should stand straight out. Or, with a Survival check, you can track them through the very construction of it. Anyone who has any sort of tinkering, blacksmithing, crafting style ability would have advantage on that check for survival.
I've got survival. I don't think I can quite justify my herbalism kit into stonework and power lines. It smells very faintly of garlic.
My word.
I have a +7 in survival, but I don't really have anything to help.
Yeah, I'm detect magicless, but I can roll
I mean,
survival.
I'm going to start ritual casting detect magic.
All right.
Alright, at 11:01.
I'll guide myself and see if I can figure out the construction, and we'll try and use both.
Sorry, I had to push the timing game forward 1 minute. It's a simple reason.
I just heard the Kill Bill sirens in my head right now.
Nope. Take a look at the time and take a look at the time.
Oh,
You stand at the exact same seconds that your characters do,
shit.
Oh.
until something changes, or we have to skip time, which will happen very soon, probably.
Oh Jesus.
Alex like tapping the metal stonework and all that beneath his feet, like, I do not live in city, I live in woods. A 15. You think with a 15, however, you could do it eventually, but it would take considerable amount of time for you to get through.
Can I try and see if I can do any better?
By all means.
Okay.
I believe Flux also has survival trained.
You've also got blacksmithing and all that, so you'd have advantage.
Ooh.
Bellamies
Okay,
in the same
yeah,
circle.
I'll do it.
Yeah.
I'll when
Oh
Flux.
fuck! Ugh, I forgot to hit VTT, but it was 25.
See, I was gonna say when Flux whips out her hammer, which I imagine at this stage is just an anvil stuck on another bit of metal. I'll tap her on the shoulder and give her guidance if she wants it. That is a pretty good roll though.
You can see it in the game log on D&D Beyond, but I can. Okay.
Oh, you know me. I always.
I
trust
promise
the
I'm
rolls.
not lying. Yeah, I would. If I'm gonna lie about a roll, I'd have. First of all, I wouldn't. But if I would make it as good as 25.
Well,
You'd be like, I rolled a
would
solid
you
13 on that, plus my stats. I'm like, okay, I believe that.
but would you lie about a survival check? Surely it's got to be like, no, that was a crit. No, what's a crit? That
So
save.
Oh my.
With Alex Gaddis, it's 28 total.
So, I like the teamwork aspect with, Bellamy looks down, she goes, okay, this looks like it's twisting to the right. And Alex like, no, it's definitely going towards the left. You can see it here, there's an underpinning, I think, in the metal. Flux just walks straight forward. They're like, that way, yes, straight, and they follow behind. This happens a couple times. Walking through...
Oh, can I cast see invisibility?
Oh, totally.
Okay. I just like to have that up as we're kind of going. It lasts for an hour.
As you use your see invisibility, you don't see nothing too crazy looking around. It seems pretty straightforward, pretty basic.
Okay.
I was really tempted to put an ice imp on Lulu's back, the one from way back, you know? But like, I've been here the whole time.
Just still hanging in there. That would be amazing.
Honest truth. Jade caught him one time, sort of, without realizing it, and he effed off after that, because Jade has the blind sight. And I did a check, and Jade was like, what was that? I'm gonna track it down. And I'm like, no, it's as DM in my head, I'm like, no, he's already gone now. Once he realized he could no longer sneak on you because of, well, the rogue, he left. Otherwise, I would have done that.
I'm a little surprised that, like, you would think he would either have committed at that point or... Because, like, by the point we found him, we were probably in some deep shit.
Well, that's the truth. He'd been following us around for a bit, because he had been ordered to a very long time ago. But the second he almost got caught, he's like, nope. I was trying really hard, and he basically just, like, found me while taking a dump. I'm out of here. You know what I mean? Like, to be blunt, it was nothing. Jade's, I got the check. Okay, do I see anything else? I'm like, no. He effed off. It was just in a cave, and it was quick and easy. And then he got even better, and now I can't even sneak up on him anymore. I had to have Jade jump off the rafters to catch up with Jade. At first I thought he'd do it in a barrel, but no. Only person who can sneak up on Jade is Jade. That's the only fair. That was a good time, too. Yes, on an extra note for one special thing, Courtney.
Mm-hmm.
A copy of Jade showed up. One of, you know how there's the evil duplicates of everybody?
Mm-hmm.
Who snuck up on Jade and put a hand on his shoulder like, hey, buddy, while everyone was on the ship. And Jade's like, well, Dan basically goes, you can't do that. He has blindsight. I'm like, oh, damn, you're right. I could have him solid snake forward in a barrel, but no, he jumps down off the rafters. Because he's 15 feet up, lands beside you, and goes, hey, buddy, that's the only way it's going to work.
Oh, boy.
There was a collective, what the hell is this? Followed up by the DM basically giving a hat nod and acknowledging that every single Jade is exactly the same. They're an anomaly within the multiverse. Mostly because the way Dan runs his character, it could flow into basically any campaign, and it was my sort of smile and a nod to say because of that, you've all never had to fight an evil assassin. Thank God, he would really kill someone before it was done. You know it. You'd just be walking and all of a sudden sneak attack.
Interesting.
He also acknowledges that the Jades did not team up with Evil Dusty. They all said, no, this plan's a little too much. We're out, and they all scattered to the wind. Traveling, searching, doing stuff like that. This was the one that ended up in Kanya and decided to stop by the party to say hello before heading off.
Interesting.
It was a good time. Outside of that, however, I also let the party each roll a d12 to determine the one thing that they remembered about the party member who was. So Courtney, if you want to go ahead and give that a roll.
Ooh, okay.
Did everybody else remember what they got on their rolls and what it was?
What was
didn't get
it?
to
Sorry,
roll.
what's the roll again?
D12. Because it's a barbarian, I use the D12 for the roll.
I can tell you what we got, but I can't tell you the number.
Oh, it's 10, 11, and 12.
Alright, so it's like nothing could break the front line with them in Flux. They used the Thane-Eater axe that Dusty stole. They fell down the mountain climb and did not make a deal with Asmodeus.
Bellamy remembers that they were deathly afraid of heights as well. Whenever they flied in the ship, they had their arms wrapped around the mast and stayed in the middle. Deathly afraid of heights.
Interesting.
as powerful and as large as life as they appear, because they're barbarian. Everybody has aspects that make them more or less human. And they were deathly afraid of heights. It was almost comedic at times. Anytime Lulu'd offered to take a flight somewhere, now they'd march on foot. Pretty fast, too. Almost like a horse some days.
That reminds me, I had played a barbarian in one of my campaigns, and we randomly decided he was afraid of ghosts.
Huh?
And then, like, they walked into a house that was supposed to be haunted, but it was actually just people, like, going boo and such.
Oh, God.
Definitely made the barbarian run the fuck out.
Yep.
Which was even better when they found out it was actually my character's brothers.
Oh, God. They got the
Love it.
cat.
Yeah, it was great.
Thinking your sibling
Even in
hides under
death,
the bed.
siblings are assholes.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My brother used to hide under the bed. I'd come to bed, he'd jump and get me from underneath the bed. I'd jump like 5 friggin' feet. Oh. Oh, right. So, 10 minutes has surpassed, give or take. So that turns Nimbar's magic vision on while you're all walking. And, to your character's dismay, the majority of the buildings, the ground, the floor, and everything have been crafted in such a way that they block your vision. You can see straight forward. And some of the residential buildings, I'll point out, shops, places like that, where they're thinner than the requirements, you know, for brick it's like a couple feet and all that stuff, right? You can see through those just fine. Remember those giant black buildings I mentioned that are just solid masses, no windows, no doors? You can't see crap through those.
Yeah, that I knew.
They're complete voids. Anti-magic barrier, at least, or something of the sort. Or maybe just lead line. God only knows. And when I say that, I mean me. But they're definitely something. Every now and again, looking at the ground, you can see sparks. Where there's enough of a gap in the road beneath your feet to see a piece of the underlying electrical work. Ruby work. Carrying raw magical power. Blasting across. So give me an Arcana check. Ooh, nat 20. Gets a 38 total on that. You got anything to boost it higher? Try to go for a 40? Just because you can? I mean, you don't need one for saying it.
Do I have something I can... 1 second. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong thing.
Just because it's very rare to see the total
don't.
go. Okay, I figured I'd ask just in case, but regardless, a
It's-
38.
I mean, I could give you wheel if it's an ability check, but
It is an ability check, but I don't think... I feel like that's a waste of your wheel.
should probably save it for a save and throw. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a wise decision. So, with a 38, you notice the power that crackles across the ruby. Familiar, oddly familiar, then your character probably gets a dozen flashbacks from every moment in the campaign thus far that he's seen the power of the void flowing through something. Transmits raw void power energy. The chaotic nature between the planets and the realms appears to be the core power source for this ruby palace of Kintyre.
Interesting. I'll definitely let the others know.
And by now, after walking across the road, the quiet path, you'd find yourselves approaching a very large building. And written on front of it, entirely in common tongue, though an older variant for the text style pattern that you'd see, because, you know, you'd almost say 3rd, maybe 3.5 edition of text where you're on the 5th now. Routing station gas, written above a door to a shop. A workstation of sorts. Power conduit station. Flex is like, it's too much, give me a minute, I'll go be right back.
If it's a routing station, then there's a good chance it's the map of the city in there.
Oh.
Yep.
Uh-huh. We can go check it out.
And of course, there's a door.
So, I like to imagine we. Oh, go ahead.
I'm going to mage hand the door open.
We try and push and pull it for a while, and then we realise because it's a fancy magic city, it just slides in.
The door is quite assuredly locked.
Mhm.
Locked door means we need a jade.
Yeah.
Oh, Dan, you on mute?
No, just double checking something.
Alrighty.
Oof.
Alright. As Jade walks forward and pulls out his fancy infiltrator's key that he uses for picking his locks and works, he certainly unlocks the door without too much effort on a 33, as it's not trapped. And, as I had mentioned this to Dan in the previous week, he also discovers something even more interesting. The infiltrator's key that he carries is now completely awakened. Apparently, the very nature of Kanya caused it to be repressed, so even though it grew stronger, only now that you are outside of that plane is its true, full power revealed. As the DM says, guess what item I forgot existed? Would have brought it up a level before this if I had remembered, because it is a cool item with neat features. So when it was brought up, I was like, yes, I gotta make sure we can use that, yes. So, his infiltrator's key is fully awakened at this point.
Mm.
So, to the awakened state or to the exalted state?
Oh, sorry, exalted. I forgot the actual second phase is called awakened. Don't mind me on that one, I was being fancy.
Oh, yes. I just had to double check because there's 3 states it can be in.
Oh, and Copy Nimbar was poofed, right? So.
Yes, we do have his gear, but
Oh yeah.
currently he is not with us.
There
Well,
was no trouble unlocking that door.
should we go in?
I reckon so.
In we go.
Wait, first, I'm gonna toss a rock in.
Ooh, good call.
The DM sadly shakes his head as he switches the map. Thinks to himself, what have I done? I have given them so much stress and anxiety. So, we switch over, and of course there's no trouble. Rock tosses in with a little tack sound. I've placed your minis off the map with the entrance directly in front of you all, because it's a little crowded in there, and this way you can see the map. But I've never put minis off the actual map, so just make sure you can still move them and crap like that, you know what I mean? Once you've all loaded in, it should be activating.
If we ever load it.
It's a big map, I'm not gonna lie. It's a pretty map, not gonna lie. This
It's
one,
just. Sorry, go ahead.
this one is special. It's made by Lando. You might recognize that guy as the guy who made the maps for Avernus and a whole bunch of other D&D stuff, from what I can tell looking at their Patreon and etc.
Yeah, I can't load. You started loading it. I got to 98, and then it just kind of froze.
Shouldn't be that long.
Oh, yeah, I'm at 98% too. I just assumed it was. I've come to not believe loading bars anymore.
Oh, no.
What? No. You mean you only just recently started not believing it?
Oh, there we go. I see everybody popping onto the map now.
Oh, it's been a while since I stopped, but I've never really get the chance to vocalize it.
I don't think I ever believed in them, considering we grew up in the time. This will take 57 years.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Heard dial-up noises.
Ding, ding, ding.
90% done the download. Hello? Hey, yeah, thanks for calling. Damn you!
Oh, Internet Call Manager saved my butt on that stuff back in the day. Get a phone call, click a button, the person on the line would hear, such and such sees you are calling, and they have indicated they will call you back from the number at which you have dialed. Good old dial-up. 56K. My god.
Here's a fun fact. We were so behind the times in my house that I never actually had a dial-up internet connection. By the time we got a computer, it was just like a cable, like not fiber, but not dial-up.
Oh, yeah, the old DSL. Probably.
Yeah.
Because I tell you, I had dial-up until 2004.
Really? Oh, did you? Oh, yeah. I was going to say you lived out in the sticks somewhere.
Yep. We finally got the high speed. I remember I was like, oh my god! I got so much better at all my first-person shooters I was playing. People were like, have you started hacking out? And it's like, no, I got high speed. They're like, brother, welcome. Oh, dial-up hurt. We only did what we had to when we had to, but... So, welcome to Routing Station Gamma. The first dungeon. Once you cross this point here, the vision will blink and you won't be able to see back, but you can still pull your token back over that line. I just popped them there to make life easier. But that represents the entrance to this beautifully designed Dungeon of Machinations.
Sorry, were you guys waiting for me?
No, we were just we were talking about loading bars because we were waiting on the map loading, and then that led us to speaking about dial-up internet connections.
Oh, I did not have the audio set right, so that got cut. My mistake. There we go. Glancing in, you see a mixture of mechanical and stonework building this beautiful building. The floor in front of you has two metallic hatches with circles atop them, which are bolted in place for the most part. And beyond that, a metallic door blocking your further path forward.
Anyone else worried that the power station is giving carnival vibes?
I only hope if we meet a clown we kill it, because I do not understand how they're still a thing nowadays.
Right?
What's wrong with clowns?
They're a terrifying force of evil.
Don't worry.
They're
So we're
funny.
birds, but we haven't done anything about that yet.
Was that Courtney? Your first word get cut off.
Oh, I said so are birds, but we haven't done anything about that yet.
Well, there's a
And I
chicken
think that's
industry.
the bigger issue here is the birds.
Jillian, you should send Courtney that video of the woman having to constantly block the emu from kicking her.
Oh, I bet you she'd seen her on
Karen?
TikTok. Yeah.
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 Karen
yeah.
Karen
The emu
yeah.
would absolutely murder if given the chance.
Yeah.
Yep.
I showed him the video of the one where she was like, I can't remember, what did she say?
Has she ever unintentionally hurt me? And she's like, no,
accidentally.
Oh, yeah.
Accidentally.
No, only intentionally.
Oh no, she's never accidentally hurt me. Every time she's hurt me, it's been entirely on purpose.
Yeah.
My word.
Sorry. I know, Courtney, you would have seen that.
Yeah.
Anyway, so, okay.
So the floor's metal in front of us?
Mixtures of metal and stone as you walk through the area.
Like
I assume I'm
fish?
Carrie Gulu.
can I do like a vibe check on the metal?
It fails the vibe check.
Oh, guys, I don't know about this metal. It looks suspicious.
I wonder what the Modron would
Oh,
make.
Alexa thought I was talking to her.
Ask Alexa if she passes the vibe check.
Well, I assume we're just gonna keep going forward. I can go in front if you guys want me to. Unless, Nimber,
That's
you
it.
want to do your thing.
Alexa thought I was asking about a famous YouTuber, apparently.
Oh, interesting.
I didn't
You
catch
should-
the name, though.
You should ask Alexa if she passes the vibe check.
Alexa, do you pass the vibe check? Oh, she said, sorry, I don't know that. Whatever, Alexa, you uncultured swine.
She did not pass.
Did not have
yeah.
the vibe check.
Yeah, Flux, if you want to go ahead, that seems like a smart move. 'Cause I'm squishy again.
Just be like, I'll just hand Lulu over to Jade and be like, here, can you hold this?
Can you hold this?
Lulu looks up with sparkles in her eye and a big smile, holds her hands out in an uppy fashion too. She knows what she's doing.
Oh, Jade would definitely take Lulu and then have some fun with this.
Is my see invisibility still up?
Yep. I
Okay.
think that's an hour on that cast. I have to double check.
It is. Yeah, I forgot to check what time I cast it at.
So is this a door then?
About
Oh.
11:10. A very.
Well, I guess
large
I
door.
opened it.
Oh shoot! I forgot to lock them. Don't mind me. That's okay.
You
Surprise!
can close it again. I'm sorry, I just clicked on it because I saw the door icon.
Yeah, my bad. Why don't I see the door icons? What the frick?
It's right there. Now, do you see it?
It's not just that one. I got other ones that are there. They are okay. I see now. I got me some knocking to do, just to make sure. God, the coloring. That's the problem. They're a perfect match. What you see in front of yourself isn't quite a door, but an exceptionally large cog wheel. Very, very big and heavy. You're pretty sure it'll rotate to the side to open to get in. And it almost looks like it should have been automated, but there's no power.
Oh my god. Is this a dreaded IKEA entrance?
Oh my word. Think more like a vault in Fallout. Just a big cogwheel. I'm going with like that sort of theme on this one, so you know.
Yeah.
Because I don't think I've ever done this with Lulu, I'm gonna do this.
I was wondering what you were gonna do when you said you're gonna have some fun. Oh, you rolled a 20! Jade and Lulu disappear. And Lulu just says, "Be very quiet. I'm hunting bad guys." 38. Well, Dan saved his 20 for like the perfect time. He's like, me and Lulu, we're gone. You're not even sure where he's hiding. I don't even know where he found the room to hide. He's behind that red box that's up on the top wall there, just gone. So, this door in front of you. Any form of machining to make it open, because you can see there is a lever. It would have no power, however. It would require a feat of raw strength to slowly twist and turn that wheel to the side. And unfortunately, Foundry kicks Jillian off at that exact moment. I literally saw her character just blink off for a minute. Don't mind me.
Oh, I'll pull the thing. If I can still see me.
No, I hit refresh, so it might have been me that blinked out.
Maybe.
Yeah.
So then, if you want to give an athletics check to open the door, or you want to inspect or do anything like that. I mean, it's open right now, but that's just because we saw that part of the map, and I'm like, I'm not going to hide in there. Let's be honest. There's no point to hiding it.
You say feat of strength, but I think you really meant feat of flux.
Might come to mean that soon, you know what I mean?
What do you mean soon? We've already gotten to that point.
If I see Flux limbering up, I'll reach over and give her guidance. And not that I necessarily think she needs it, but we've seen some high checks before.
Yeah, there's
This
not
is
enough
just
room
normal,
for.
right?
Yeah. Straight up roll
There's
for
not
an
enough.
athletics. Sorry?
There's not enough room for a large creature, correct?
They'd squeeze into a medium space if they're large. But that comes with its own negatives. 25.
I feel like that's a baseline for a Allen check.
At this level of the game, I gotta make him a challenge. Flux digs her taloned fingers into the metal, catching the gears of the wheel twisting and turning as it grinds under her clutches. Then she rotates and slowly spins it out. Sweat drops coming down as she kind of wishes she had a spotter for this one, but really, Lulu just gives you the invisible thumbs up like, yeah, you got this, you know.
I can feel it. I can feel Lulu's encouragement. I don't know where she is, but I can feel it.
What might surprise you is what you see next. The large chamber that opens up before you has a gigantic cogwheel with exceedingly long barrel going straight down beyond what you can see into the depths, the machinations of this city. 3 metal shafts on either side of the wall, here, here, and here. Clearly look as though they can be opened or closed, but damned at a glance if you can tell why. Inside of that, odd symbols lie on 2 pieces of the cogwheel here and here. But walking across it, well, that's going to be a tricky thing for sure.
Can I make out the symbols?
Yep.
Do I know what they stand for? Or?
In the common tongue, one just says forward and one says backwards.
I will let the others know. All right, here. Why don't we try this? I can reduce myself, float over to one of them, and then press the button. Or actually, let's just see if the mage hand can press them, because this one seems fairly close.
I thought Alan said it was unpowered though. Is that not the issue? Why it's need to be strength
Probably.
checked?
I mean, you're probably right, but
Oh yeah,
I try
definitely.
the simple solution first.
Definitely.
The mage hand, floating over through the air as the two of you discuss it, lowers itself down and presses on the symbol that it sees, or the closer one to you, but nothing happens.
Right. I mean, I didn't expect much, but it didn't hurt to try.
Is there any those ruby dust lines anywhere?
With either perception or investigation, you could try to track them.
Okay.
And for your character, I'll let sleight of hand work as well, since you know it's an actual device that they're looking at. Mind you, I just got a 37 here from Dean, so that might just got blown out the water. Glancing at it, you can see that it is mixed into the same workings, though you see ones that run into the ground beneath your feet and seem to connect to the metal plates that you and Nimbar presently stand atop.
Do the metal plates look like they lift up, or is there any kind of interaction point on them?
Well, you've got perception and investigation for that one, whichever you want to work with. You can glance around with your perception, or you can directly interact with investigation.
Excuse me a second, Nimber, and I'll just pick him up so I can look at his plate.
While you're holding me, I'm just going to reduce person and then mage hand myself. So I'm heading your way.
You feel as though the hatch in the middle, the circular piece, would be able to come up somehow.
Quick, who has a plunger? I'm actually looking at Jade. Or where I think he is.
He's somewhere over there, I think. He used stealth. He's gone.
Yes.
Is anyone... I can try lifting this plate up, but I'm not the most mechanically minded druid in the multiverse here, so I don't know if someone wants to take a look at this middle section before I probably more than likely can't do it or break it.
So, wait, are we trying to open the... What are we trying to open?
The
Everything.
top of this metal hatch here that you can see.
Oh, okay, it is a hatch.
Yep.
I have a chime of opening.
Well, I'll try and just lift it by hand before we use a magic item and see if, just like John says, the simple thing works. I just was offering the chance before the last time I think Alec interacted with gears, he broke them.
I have a really stupid question. I have a rubber ducky of eternal floating. Is he still floating?
Of course. The rubber ducky is too awesome. Cannot.
Oh, hell yeah.
Lulu had one too on her head. It's probably still there.
Oh, I love that. I'm just standing there. What does it mean?
I imagine you had to, you whipped out a bowl and filled it with your water skin to see if the duck still floated.
Yeah.
So now you just get a bowl of water.
Yeah.
Alright, I'll bend down and try and just flip up that hatch.
You give it a quick grab and a quick flip. Nothing happens. It's way too heavy. However, you can tell, even though the bolts there are in the side of it, it is not at all remotely connected to the rest of the hatch. The center piece and the outside pieces are completely separate. But to put it into respective terms, it's like trying to lift up a manhole cover. You can't just flip the thing. You could try with a feat of strength, but that's going to be a flux check. I'm sorry, Dan said it earlier, so I had to run with it. That was your joke earlier, right, Dan? I'm not misremembering here.
Yeah,
No.
Of course. I'm dead now.
Shit,
It's fine.
John, sorry. My brain even said you've got that wrong. You better double check, Alan. I wish I had a fourth screen and I could do a live review of my recording as it's going. I just go back. Okay, I got it. Who made that joke?
I've refreshed 3 times now. All I see is black and gray. There's no map.
It's not loading the map for you at all? Shoot. Give me 1 second, and I'll relaunch Foundry itself.
It's not giving you any warnings or such, like...
Just that VTT doesn't automatically load.
This will just take a brief moment. I'm just waiting for it to turn on.
That is what I see.
Yeah, it's not loading the background of the map for you. Try an F5 now and see if it works. And I'm gonna do the same myself since I just made a quick change to the background because I have to re-log in for that.
Should we all refresh since
yeah.
you refreshed, Alan? Okay. Now is a good time, or
Oh yeah.
okay. I always like to double check with you first before I hit refresh because you never know.
Oh god, yeah. And I'm not the best for tech support on those things. It's like, oh right, I need a minute. Wait now. Okay, you're not. Wait. Okay, now.
Because someone used to refresh too early.
John jumps in.
We're not going to mention my name, but someone.
I will say, Foundry's a lot better for that now. Because back then, you'd do that, and Foundry would go and shit the bed every time.
Is that your Arnold Schwarzenegger impression?
No, but it is now.
Can you do yours, please?
Oh my word.
It makes me laugh every time.
I love the pizza shop one. Let me know if that's running for you now, Dan, once you're in.
Oh, I forgot it takes you to the login screen. Okay. Oh dear. I was like, I'll turn around and the map will be there, and I turn around, it's like, please select who you are. Just noticed how dusty all my amiibos were.
That'd be so silly to forget to select your person.
Because I have a little collection of them. I used to play them with the Smash Brothers. And it's like, oh cool, I have the Mimi amiibos, the 3 of them that are like, you know, the gunner, the sword fighter, and the actual fighter. I got the 3 sets, and I'm like, sweet, they suck, but sweet. I look online, and someone's like, bro, they're $300. And I'm like, what the How are they? Those 3 are, what? No.
Prices are dumb, life is dumb, the world is dumb.
Well, it's because Nintendo, they're very risk averse, so they're like, let's make like 10 just in case we don't sell them.
I bought it from GameStop for $15 for the 3-pack because nobody wanted them back in the day. Apparently that's why they're rare, and now everybody wants them. It's like, are you kidding me? I have them on the shelf. It's funny, I made one look like Jack Black. It was kind of fun. Oh my
Jack
word.
Black, the ultimate bard.
I think so.
You guys want me to do that strength check now?
Oh yeah, feel free to give it a roll. And Dan, you having any luck?
No.
Damn.
If it's an athletics check, can I give Flux the help action by spotting? Because I am
Yeah, if you're proficient, by all means.
proficient in athletics. With
Dan, could you try
measly-
another web browser if you have one?
Yeah, that was my next thing if it didn't load this time.
Ah, jeez, Louise. Foundry's in a mood today.
24 on that. I think Foundry said, well, you're not Courtney. I'm giving you anything but a 20.
No, I think the answer
On
was
roll 22.
I think the actual thing was oh, Alex is helping you? Can't let you roll high.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
Well, it may have saved me from a natural 1, so at least there's that.
Anyone doing anything on that 24?
You can do it, I believe.
In retrospect, I should have guided Flux, but I thought me giving advantage would be enough. But how wrong I was.
I'm sorry. I'm not good enough.
No. Well, I think there's something to be said for John's idea of me just being cursed, because my first roll of the game was a 1.
Well, with a 24, as Flux digs her talons in and starts to rip up, it takes a considerable volume of strength, but you've gone a little bit beyond that, so you're able to do it, and you're actually surprised by the amount of strain as you lift it slowly, revealing it to be something of a cage. 4 bars going from top to bottom on this thing as you grind it up in to the air. Unfortunately, the reason this was so difficult is because you're working against gears that are meant to push it up, and what appears to be a springing system to keep it pulled down. You know, the counterbalance. Push up when needed, down it goes otherwise. As you pull this up and bring it level, you notice in the middle of it, and let me point out that Flux must remain holding onto this, and will require continual athletic checks to keep it up. Inside of this cage area, you see a disc, large and circular, with a single triangle on the middle of it.
Alec will press the symbol because he's right next to her. I'll see what happens.
Nothing happens on it, though the disc itself is free of the pedestal. It's not actually attached.
All right, so I can just snatch it.
Yep, it's like a giant CD.
All right, I'll snatch it.
All right. Anything else for this one?
Well, I'll give it a quick look over, but I imagine probably Flux can probably stop holding up the thing if we've got the disc out.
Somewhere around this time, Lulu would mutter, "I am the night."
Okay. Good job. We got the thing. I'm sure it will do. And another thing, but we're a step closer to figuring out what the thing is.
And Jillian, Flux let go of the tube.
Oh yeah,
That
if
was
they
the
got what
thing.
they needed out of it, that's.
It goes
that's
down quick with a solid, heavy thunk back into the ground.
But by the way, Dean, your sentence was a thing.
Thank you. All right. The disc. This disc thing. This compact disc.
Or CD, for short.
Looking at the flip side of it, the stop side is solid metal, very pretty, very well polished. Flipping it over, the bottom side is very shiny, very pretty, very smooth. No scratches either. Probably play great. I mean, it appears to be entirely flat, big chunk of ruby. And how long does the tech magic? Is that 10 minutes? Or an
10
hour
minutes.
that it lasts for?
10.
Okay, so that's turned off.
Yeah.
See Invisible still on. And Bellamy can clearly see written on the bottom of it words, incantations, markings, and spells. But nobody else.
Word.
I literally
that-
thought that it was just going to say word. And I'm like, hell yeah, my brother.
Oh god, I should have went with that. That would have been good. No, it's covered in ancient runes.
Y'all, we got some magic.
What does it say?
Oh. Can I actually read it?
Nothing. It doesn't talk.
Ew.
Yo.
Bellamy starts talking entirely in Latin and says, I don't know what the hell any of that means. Essentially. It's written entirely in Draconic, actually. So if you have that language, yes, you can understand it.
I do not.
Pointing to Flux. It's written in her people's talk.
Oh,
I
We
know
have
it's
a
in
helm of comprehend
something.
language.
I know. Alec puts his helm of comprehend language on Bellamy and says, use this command word and touch the disc and you'll be able to read it.
That was the best. Dean and Dan at the exact same time, like high-fiving. Helm of detect language. He's like, yep, bam.
Help of
Yeah.
detect language.
Or understand.
Not comprehend language, detect language.
I sense language over here. Are you sure? They seem kind of dumb. Hey. With the helm of comprehend language on Bellamy's head, give me an arcana check as you look over the words.
Okay.
It says, "Why are you reading this? Put this back."
Self-destruct sequence lasts 39 seconds.
It says, if you pause the disc at this time to see what was written on it and zoomed in, you must have a nice TV. No, that's what it would say if this was animated, I'm sure. But with an Arcana check of 17, reading over it, it looks to be something that generates power. Not quite sure what further than that, but it can definitely radiate raw energy. Not sure how or why either, but... By the power of Grayskull.
Well, it makes power. Don't know how, but makes power.
Is this just a fantasy version of a flat watch battery?
Flipping it around. Bellamy's like, well, I do see 2032 written on the bottom of it.
I wonder if anything happens if we like put it on the symbol in the next room. Like if we like, does it look like it slots in?
It does appear that it could be set on top of one of those two spindles that could move around.
Alright.
Do you want me to mage hand it over?
Probably for the best, yeah. if you use mage hand.
Mage hand. That's one of my favorite cantrips.
Yeah, it's pretty slick. I'd like to play an arcane trickster one day where you get like a super mage hand.
The invisible mage hand. Alright, but yeah, I will mage hand it over onto the platform thingy.
Alrighty. As you float over, with your mage hand dangling it, it locks it into position on which one?
We'll say the closer one.
Alright, the closer one labeled forward. It lays the disc into place on top. You hear a clicking and a grinding as gears begin to spin inside the miniature pillar inside the cogwheel. Before the disc slides down and then disappears inside as the top shields itself over it. You can hear gears grinding, twisting, and turning as suddenly the entire gear of that metal pillar grinds as it starts to turn. Fairly quick, in fact, spinning around. You can also hear that it's not alone, as the gears of this place begin to spin once again. Lights turn on around you, providing full illumination to the majority of this area, with crystals run through the ceiling in very fancy and intricate manners.
Huh.
Interesting.
Shiny. Should we try and get the other... Oh. Should we see if there's another desk in there?
As you're looking, however, I will note for Flux at the front, you notice one of the doors on the wall opens. This lasts for only a moment, however, before it closes. And a few moments later, the next one opens. Before closing again.
Let me stop seeing invisibility.
As Flux
Sorry,
about,
I'm Bellamy.
Okay.
Hi.
Hello. Oh, the game is paused.
Oh, my bad. It must have... Oh, no, it shouldn't be paused. Did that fix it?
Oh, yeah, it's not paused anymore.
Good.
I'll let Ellaby go ahead. I just saw the door open twice. It might be Jade. Wait, can I see Jade, or is Jade invisible as well?
No, he's just hidden. He's stealth.
Oh,
Got a
okay.
30-something.
Okay. I'll still say it might be Jade, but I don't know. Do you want to take a look around?
Yeah, I'll take a peek. I'll move to the front of the group and
There you go.
see what I can see.
As you walk there, the door opens on the far area. and then closes. And then sometime later, the next door opens in the far area before closing yet again.
Does it seem to have a pattern to it? Like it's on a timer?
Flux probably says directly to Bellamy as the door once again opens and then closes. And a little bit later, the next one opens and then closes.
Is there anything happening? So is this a
And,
big
Jillian.
hole in the ground with a cog?
Yep. And it's
Okay.
spinning now. It's going around and around in circles.
Mm-hmm.
And
And
Jillian,
does
if
it
you
seem
want to
to
give me a
have-
perception check for those doors. And what was that, Courtney?
Does it seem to have any is it just spinning or is it doing anything else?
Just spinning, turning, twisting, causing the gears inside to grind once more.
Well, I don't see anyone, guys, but I don't know what's making the doors open and close also.
I also have no idea because Foundry said I'm not allowed to roll higher than a 10 today.
Jillian rolls a 9 total for her check with Flux, and Flux is too busy thinking there might be an enemy to give enough time to watch the doors, so she doesn't know if there's a pattern.
Does it look as though every time...
That will sound good for a character. And what's that do?
Does it look like every time the arrow passes a door, it opens?
No. And they're still opening and closing. I'm just not going to continually repeat that into your ears.
Yeah. So it's not when one of the symbols passes, so something else.
That was weird. I just heard this sound for like a critical one.
How about while one of the doors is open, you pull that disc off?
Oh, it's already been sucked down inside. It's gone.
Maybe there's another disc that we can use to like somewhat control the spinning.
I have sovereign glue.
City breaks down, breaks apart, falls apart. Game over. Actually, I'm going to put here just so we have a lighting effect of spinning light.
Just so we're clear, this door has never opened. It's just these two that's opening.
Yep, just the two.
I'm gonna mage hand and try and press this thing.
Nothing happens.
Flux, will you give me a hand?
There we go.
And we'll try and lift the panel that I'm stood on. And see if there's another desk.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'll give you guidance and I'll help you somehow with my athletics of 6.
I don't know where I should stand for this. Are these panels connected or no?
Oh, you're fine like that. The center circular one is on its own from the corner ones, disconnected like the others. But yeah, you can athletics to pull them up.
Okay. Hopefully, with guidance and advantage, I should be able to clear.
Before you
25,
before
but
you roll, can you make sure you knock on wood?
I don't think there's wood nearby.
Damn. Okay.
The panel, the panel in the TV unit.
I'm not getting up to do that, Dean.
Knock on Dean's quarterstaff, okay? It's wood.
Where's the chopping board? Is that there?
Oh my god!
At least you still have the
I
guidance.
can't believe it!
Popping that up to 27. It takes a little more strength to pull this one up. The content's somewhat heavier. And as you rise this one up, you see inside of it what appears to be a large metal sphere.
Is it liftable?
You reach out and grab it.
Yeah.
As you do, one singular eye opens on the sphere, staring straight at your characters. Two arms lash out from it and grab onto you as well.
Ah!
You might be scared, you might be terrified, if not for the fact you've seen these fuckers before. And yes, I dropped a for you. Just for
Oh,
You guys
love
again?
those little guys.
It blinks a few times, looks around, then narrows its gaze towards you as it squints and says, "Unrecognized targets. Roll for initiative."
It says roll for initiative, guys.
No, that's
It's
what I
freaking the
say.
myth.
I even changed the voice a little bit when it spoke, so I get away with a little bit. But I get what you're getting there.
No,
Don't worry,
no.
someday an enemy will tell you to roll for initiative. It'll
I
happen.
really wanted to say roll for initiative.
I feel like
Oh, poop. Come and shake
Pippin,
it.
who's just picked up the Palantir.
Oh, that's. Is there a mute button for that? Oh my god. Oh my god.
Every time I hear it, I know how much you hate it.
It's kind of like a wake up alarm, just in case any of the party members have fallen asleep. It's like,
Oh, your turn, thingy?
yeah.
Yeah.
Boom.
It's just going.
It's like a movie from the mid 2000s, like a movie trailer. Boom.
Let's see here.
I think combat ready is probably the name of it.
Oh, I know. I'm changing the stuff.
Yeah, no. So we can actually go into menu, configure settings, module settings, and turn down the volume on our side.
If it'll give you volume control, that's great.
Yeah. I just had to look because
I'm gonna turn it down to 0 myself.
when it did it like 10 times in a row, that was a little much for me.
Oof. I said it's a 0 for this one, though. There shouldn't be any further notification. Just keep that little ring on there. We originally liked it, but now we've grown bored of it, I see. And I put a lighting effect on the cog wheel to show which way it's spinning. Make things a little easier.
I think it's more like it seems, I don't know if it's, maybe there's a bug with the module or something, because it repeats the same. It seems to be playing the your turn sound before like combat's initiated.
Ooh.
It's
Oh,
like
yeah, because we haven't hit the start. Why did it do that? I got
Yeah,
Every
so-
time someone rolled it, it did the "it's your turn" sound alert.
Weird. Oh,
Yeah,
and
there.
we have to get
It did.
Courtney rolled in. Yeah, I removed somebody, and it still did the sound?
Yeah,
Yep.
it says your
yeah.
turn. I think it's because we all have. Don't we all have access to control each other?
Possibly. That's probably what's kicking it. Alright, I'm just gonna roll back in time a little here. But I did turn the sound down to nothing, so hopefully it stays gone.
Yeah, like I just heard it, and I'm pretty sure I turned down the sound on mine.
Might have to tap F5. Let me
Oh,
double
it didn't
check.
save, that's why. Okay. Hitting the save button works wonder, guys. Who would have thunk it?
Yeah, I set that to 0 on this on the master output, so that should work, but it might only be my output if that's the case. Never know. Modules are programmed by some dude, right? So they may have not have been perfect, so...
Yeah, I don't think it's like a setting on your end. I think that's the module. I mean, is it still even being actively developed?
I think? Maybe?
Anyway, that doesn't matter.
So it's Kamachag's turn as he's staring down a monodrone.
He will can't fly, so he will disengage and just hop into this corner. get as far away as he can.
I feel like
Can-
Kamashag has like a rat person voice from that pod.
Yeah. Oh, there we go.
Run away, run away.
Yeah, and he'll that's his movement and his action. So I don't think he has any bonus actions. So he'll just, I don't know, just press himself to the wall. And that will be him.
Alright. Jade's turn.
How tall are the ceilings?
In this area, 5-footers. Very tight opening in the intro. Well, I say 5-foot ceiling, but you know it's like 7.5 feet, right?
Yeah.
As far as usable battle space, 5 foot. As much as I love that climb ability of yours, every once in the blue I get to nerf it.
Yeah, no, I'm just trying to figure out how I can get in there and abracadabra, but I can't.
Tight quarters. Unless you have a ranged attack, you can throw them.
I do.
We need to get Jade a weapon with reach.
A whip? That's a finesse weapon? That would work.
Yeah.
So you're saying you want him to whip it back and forth?
No, watch
Whip his hair back and forth.
Whip it. I only want to whip it if he overpronounces the H, though. That's one of the most important things to me.
Cool. Whip.
Whip.
Nope. Nope.
Yep, it's happening. It's real.
Can't believe I rolled a 2 for Lulu. That's like a new all-time low.
Wait, her dex is 1? Or 0?
Had to be pretty low. Oh, she gets a +3. How did she get a 2 then? I've already deleted it. But I hit the roll initiative button for her. Whatevs.
Oh, strange.
Lulu's having too much fun being invisible and was distracted, apparently. If I didn't clear the chat log, I would have looked as to what went wrong there. And then don't forget, Dan, you still have a second turn coming up a little bit later.
Yep.
So it's still before Alex's turn.
Yep.
Yeah, usually I can get in there. This throws me off. You've been throwing me off all week.
I love it.
You even have like a dagger or something you can throw?
I will bonus action turn the infiltrator's key into a +1 dagger, and I will throw that as an attack.
Oh, yeah. So you give an attack roll, toss your dagger. All that happens is the teeth flip from one side to the other, so you get like a split of teeth on either side. They shift up to the top, bend down a little bit, and just make a straight line the whole way across it. Looks kind of like a little fan as it flies through the air. Razor sharp, though. Monodrone blinks and looks towards the shot as it's coming. Readies himself with a level of defense that you've never seen from such a small little creature. .32 is a complete land as your dagger whams into its metallic head, bounces through the air, and flies right back to your hand immediately, because that's a nice feature of that key. So you go ahead and
Yep.
roll up your damage.
The Monodrone starts crying. Make you feel bad.
I doubt it, because if you look in the combat tracker, it says CR18.
Wait, that's illegal.
I don't see any CR18.
It might have said it originally and then got an update, so you know. It may have
That's why
scaled
Dan's a
whole
rogue.
boatload.
A whole 9 damage. But
Huh?
I get to do this.
Oh yeah. "36 points of damage total to the Monodrone as you strike it hard and crack its shell, leaving it severely injured and making it look very angry. Though this would come as a surprise probably to Alec, who's been bothered by his own Monodrone. As you know, if you give that thing a good crack, it'd probably die, but this guy, he just took one heck of a tanked shot from Jade, and is looking cranky as he frowns at the party. Nimbar's turn. So anyway, he started blasting, shocking grass.
I'm just gonna try and pet him.
You successfully pet him. Shocking. For
Guys, I just
48 point lightning damage.
A dice set that I forgot I had.
What is it?
It's the Legend of Vox Machina dice set I got
Oh, nice.
for the.
And then,
Oh, sorry.
oh, sorry, no, go ahead.
I just said for the Kickstarter. They're
That's
purple.
very interesting.
I went out and got another set of my dice.
It'd be a shame if that went missing.
Party. No.
Oh,
Jokes. I wouldn't steal from my friends.
I might use these as my new DM
Courtney, not
dice.
Bree.
So after shocking him, I'm just gonna take a couple steps back.
Alright, and as you do, he's going to immediately use his reaction, spinning his own
What reaction?
powerful blade. Oh, right, you use shocking grass.
Yeah.
Alright, so that's it for him. Wait, hold on.
He has 2 reactions.
Nope.
He doesn't get reactions.
He has an axiomatic mind. He cannot be compelled to act in a manner contrary to its nature or its instructions. And that's contrary to its instructions. So he gets his reaction. Alrighty, anything else for Nimbar's turn?
No, that's everything.
On a totally unrelated note, when's the next in-person game?
Oh, right, yeah. We'll give that one some thought, because we're about to hit lunch break after this fight, and we can give it a quick discussion to try to figure that one out.
It can't happen until I find the dice safe, apparently, so.
Oh, God.
Well, I was just thinking about this today. Dean does have a birthday coming up at the end of the month.
Oh, hey.
Oh dear. Yeah,
You can make
I'm
an Iron
turning
Brew
30.
game.
Yeah, I could use my Iron Brew dice.
Yep.
Oh.
Your character's next things. They have pie. They own a pie manufacturing place. Maybe they'll make the first soda pop and end up with Iron Brew for the Iron Brewery. Oh, I like where this is going. I could think something up for sure. I already had.
And then they start a mercenary company called the Iron Bruisers, and
Oh, God.
there's interplanar branches.
Dean's got some great material for you if you want to take in that direction.
Oh my, oh my, oh my. Well, that's something to definitely think about. However,
But-
though, unless
by the
Nimbar's
way-
got a trick up his sleeve.
Talking about new dice. No, I was done.
Oh, you got the magic dice.
Yeah. A friend ordered them from Kickstarter back when we worked on a project,
Oh,
and they
shit.
finally got delivered.
Those are pretty.
Those went missing.
Oh, right. Jillian. You've got a monodrone in front of you, which to Jillian, which to Flux, is gonna look like a baseball.
I know, I feel kind of bad killing it, but I guess I will. Well, try to. I'll try to hit it.
Flux gains a new title, the Can Opener.
Oh, God.
Has it hurt anyone yet? I mean, I know it would have if it had a reaction, but would Flex know that?
It drew out his weapon and was definitely ready to attack. You're all just much more battle prepared than it, given the initiative order. You know it was going to attack.
He was the one who said roll for initiative.
Right.
We were all very confused by it, but that's what he said.
I get advantage, right? Because I'm...
Yep. Lulu reaches out from the shadows and pats Nimbar on the head. I think you're hallucinating, buddy. With 32, your sword comes down pretty hard on its little metal skull.
That
You
should
may
have
want
been
to roll your
advantage.
damage on those two.
Oh, really? Okay. Let me just see if I get a 20 on the second one, because I forgot to click advantage. No, didn't.
Yeah, as of right now, he's badly injured from the damage he's taken.
Can I just... I don't know what the robot equivalent of is knocking unconscious, but can I do that?
You can choose to just knock it out. Actually, let me double check on that.
Yeah, because the only other experience we have with this, it was harmless, so I'm good with rendering it, I don't know, inert, but I don't really want to completely destroy it. I don't know if that makes sense.
Normally, I'd allow it to a living creature, but this construct, strictly mechanical in nature, when you try to cut it down in such a way to spare its life, it deactivates it. It's offline. A semblance of life is not truly something found inside of this specific creature. Purely mechanical, which is in fact slightly different from your own monodrone. And I can say that because the shot that you just did for 31 points of damage was 1 point more than enough to shut it down. As the monodrone stops moving from the last shot and goes silent.
I didn't feel good about that, you guys.
Yeah, it was
No.
going to stab me in the face.
Pops out from Jade's hood. That was a pretty good ass kicking though. He was asking for it. I saw him. He picked up the knife like, I'm gonna get you.
Uh-oh.
I'm glad I decided that a cantrip was good enough for this guy.
Well, we have learned something valuable, though. Monodrones are dangerous here, which probably means that everything else is super dangerous here.
If you want, you can take a few moments to examine the construction of that monodrome, being fairly mechanical in nature. And, oh my god, Jade did not get his second turn. It was close though.
I would actually like to do that. Arcana?
Now, before we get to that, we're a little bit over on lunch break, so let's take a quick 15-minute break. What time is it now? 12:17. So we say we'll be back at about 12:35. Sound good for everybody?
Yep, sounds
Yeah,
good.
that sounds good.
Awesome. All right, I'm just going to mute the music and pause the game. And we'll see you all in about 15.
Have fun, everyone.
Wow, unsettling.
It's what I do best.
Alrighty, I am on a quick break. Oh, voice mod's still going. And Alrighty, I am back.
Bienvenue.
Let me get some audio going. There we go.
Unacceptable.
What happened? You rolled a 1?
Oh.
I was on a Reddit post the other day and someone's like, what's the most powerful monster you could possibly fight against players in D&D? And I just like, the DM. They'd be like, I rolled 20, and the DMs just say, that's nice. And they're like, what's the most powerful realistic fight? And it's like, oh god, whatever the heck you want. You want that 6-headed Hydra version of Chimera flying through the air with the body of a griffin? Coming down
No.
with a team of dragons? Sure,
No,
that sounds
no,
fun.
we're good, thanks.
Man, the stranger and more dangerous and crazy the fight. Oh yeah, gimme.
I made people fight a Magusa once.
A Medusa? Oh, what's that? A Medusa that's a moose?
Yeah.
Oh, that sounds evil.
It was like my first time running a game ever. It was like a one-shot homebrew, and it was a total shit show. Like, it was awful. But it was fun. It was my first time. It was fun. And the end boss was a Magusa.
Did you learn something at least?
Oh, are you talking
Oh,
about?
I learned many things. Many things.
Well, that's the important part.
You talking
Yeah.
about your one shot?
Yeah, that very first one, that was just a total shit show and had the Magusa at the end.
I think the only thing that went wrong is you had us all make evil characters and then gave us a sandbox to explore, but the evil characters just like, no, I'm gonna whoever's put us in this situation, I'm gonna find them, I'm gonna kill them.
Yeah.
That was the only thing, which we felt kind of bad.
What? No, that was a learning experience.
But if it makes you feel any better, my character followed Josh's character, who's a necromancer, and killed him. Doesn't like necromancers.
Yeah.
Oh my.
I got-
A necromancer is just a really late doctor, okay?
I got to sharpen the edges on my lord, and I was a bad guy, but I hated other bad guys.
Hmm.
I had a
I was just-
Necromancer player who was Tortle. And he'd say to every single old or dying person he met, when you die, could I take the body? And I'm like, oh my fuck, you're awesome. I love it.
Incredible.
This old guy just
Hey,
squints
he
at him.
ju-
Why? To
he
do
just wa-
experiments.
He just wants permission.
Yep.
Is that so wrong?
That's
You know
exactly
what?
how
We
it's
love consensual necromancy.
Hey there, Henry Crabgrass. Consent, please.
Yeah.
I'm a very... I love the necromancer memes. They're so good.
Yeah.
Mm.
I mean, hey, half the party started with necromancy. It's like, let's bring these skeletons back to life. Oh my! Oh, I have the game paused. Let me fix that. There we go. Because I think everyone's back. I'm assuming Jillian's back.
I believe so. I
She
heard her
might
come
have sandwich or
downstairs.
something, so you know. She's got food. She might be on mute, being kind.
And it's biscuits, cookies. I think I heard her shout.
Good.
I'm
good.
back.
Well,
Alright.
welcome back. I'm not gonna lie. I had some
Didn't
cake
have
while we
my-
were playing earlier.
I didn't have my laptop within reach, so I had to like unmute the mute on the disc. Anyway, it was. Sorry, I'm here though.
God, I got like 3 layers of mute built into this thing, and if I screw it up, sometimes I'm not muted when I think I'm muted.
I assume Dan's here. He hasn't said anything though.
As usual.
Roll perception to find out.
I rolled a 1, so I don't know.
I shot
think
myself.
Dan
I
and
thought
Jade are basically just like the same. Like,
Yeah.
It's like, are they here or are they not? Who can really tell?
Oh my word.
Honestly, I'm just a figment of your imagination, so you have the skill monkey.
I honestly would not be surprised at all.
Someday near the end of the campaign, I'll pull out a soundboard with like 100 pre-recorded sounds, and I'm like, this was Dan.
Just like, who was the guy then? Just a local actor. He's just been character acting as Dan for how many years at this? He
I went
pulls
down
off
to
a
Albany.
mask. It's Daniel Day-Lewis.
Oh god.
$50 a day.
Oh my word. Just like I hired him from down on Alderney. He was down there playing guitar one day.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh my. Oh my, oh my. Alrighty. Well, you have annihilated the monodrome. And with that in mind, as you glance upon it, I'm gonna give some freebie information out. Right off the get-go, things you will recognize. Nimbar, being gnomish, used to their tinkering nature and design. The gears and cogs and way that they're placed as they pop out, you can't help but remember and recognize. I almost said necronize. It's like, what the heck? Necromancy stuck in my head now. Damn it. I'm gonna have to bring undead robot zombies. Yes. Yes, I will do it.
The Borg?
Oh, damn. Well, there goes that idea. Freak.
Well, technically the Borg aren't dead, even though they look suspiciously dead.
Yeah, they just give up on blood flow, but still somehow they're okay. Glancing through, you notice the gears and their designs are gnomish in nature, but they are not crafted by gnome hands. The design is superior and not something you recognize right off. And what Alec would notice with his elven eyes would be that the magics and powers and runes that went through this thing to power it are entirely of those nature, of your people's origin. They are elven in nature. Two things noted right off the get-go, just as a thumbs up for your characters' races.
Alec, what do your elven eyes see?
They turn east. They're taking the hobbits to Isengard.
They're taking the hobbits to Isengard. They're taking the hobbits to Isengard. Isengard.
Well, there was a halfling rogue in the flashback thingy at the very start. There was, so you know, you might not be wrong.
Well, now I need to find that.
So, if you wanted to directly look into this more, it'd be any number of your various skills or proficiencies that you may have.
You already get advantage on Arcana checks, don't you, Nimbar?
Sure do, yeah.
Okay.
But yeah,
I will guide whoever wants to look at this.
I will take a look with Arcana.
Alrighty.
So. Oh. That
Oh,
was
wait,
only one d20.
I have identify.
You can slap down and identify on it to try to figure out some more while they're all doing these things.
So I got a 34 total.
With your 34, as you're looking it over. And how long does identify take? Is that a 10-minute or an hour and 10-minute ritual, or
It's 1 minute.
1 minute?
Are you,
Or 10 to... I think it's...
it's 1 minute or 11 minutes if you're ritualing.
Mine doesn't say ritual.
It is a ritual, and you can ritual cast.
Can bards?
Maybe. I don't think bards. Can bards ritual cast?
Mine
I think
only
we've had this
Oh wait,
discussion
yeah,
before.
it does. It has a little R next to it.
She's also part cleric. Look, your level's a cleric, so clerics can ritual cast because Jake can ritual cast that.
And bards do have it as a part of their spellcasting feature, from what I just read up. A quick
Yeah,
glance,
okay.
mind you. So it's
Right.
one of those. Wow, we haven't had to have fun in a little while on this one.
Yeah. So
Everybody
what was
on
it?
I love it.
What was it we found out last time? It's sorcerer rangers can't do it. Paladins. It's a weird mix. It's only like 2 or 3. I don't know. We're getting sidetracked.
I think it's paladin and rangers can't, because rangers aren't allowed to have anything.
I'm
You're not
determined to make one work
Yeah.
one day. I'm
Yeah,
gonna
just-
do it.
Tricksters, Eldritch Knights, Paladins, Rangers, Sorcerers, and Warlocks. Though there is that
I was
feat
about to
you
say. I think Bellamy's my only character that has identify. Bree doesn't, and Zero doesn't.
Well,
Oh,
we'll
yeah,
find out
yeah.
some stuff from it, thankfully. But we're doing an order of time, and since that takes 10 minutes and Nimbar is just using an arcane check,
Mm-hmm.
looking through it, Nimbar recognizes the construction of the metals. The majority of the gears and cogs are made from dwarven steel or various other components, but of dwarven mining. However, dwarven hands did not forge them. You're not sure by what technique they were forged. It's not something you'd recognize or know right off. Bellamy's identify is able to determine that it is a construct.
What's construct, guys?
Crafted with tons of magical power. Powered
Ooh,
by the
it's
same
magical.
void engine. Don't kill me. Definitely elven in how it was cast and put together by the magics. It appears, however, to be... Oh, shoot. Mass-produced. There we go. Dam's brain took a slow-mo moment for a minute there. It appears to be someone has created a spell to make these things fairly quick, but the magic entirely brought together is elven. And you know that it was forged by orc hands.
Well, there's that information, guys.
Oh, a multicultural little murder machine.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see what everyone can achieve when they work together.
Teamwork makes the dream work, man.
When we all work together, we get to kill everyone equally. Yay!
I'd like to see that after school special.
We are the after-school special. Lulu's gonna speak up, though, and be like, well, isn't that like that Mecha Man thingy we saw stuck in the snow?
Oh, the mecha we got the violin from?
No,
I don't
Prior
think...
to that, there was a gigantic beast of one stuck in the snow. Just its torso up, remember, under a pile of leaves?
Oh, yep.
Fallen leaves.
There is some comparison to the actual construction between the two. Most likely the same make. You know.
This one was just his baby, and we
One of the-
killed it. How
One
does
of
that
them's
make
like
you
a
feel?
Ford Fusion, the other one's like a Ford F-250. I swear they're not providing me sponsorship. They were just the first name to come on mind because I know the F-250. That's a pickup.
But
I
if they're
prefer
interested
the
in sponsorships.
I prefer the idea that this was the baby and we just killed the baby.
Man, and you say I'm cruel. I
I never said
over
that.
the first time.
I never said I wasn't.
Oh my. But that does nuke the monodrome.
Also, to be fair, I said you're cruel because you abandoned a poor little puppy.
Did not abandon. I left it with a nice group of people who immediately put it in a glass jar.
You abandoned a poor little puppy.
Out the jars could be significantly worse.
Oh, agreed.
It's not about what happens, it's about how you phrase it. Oh. I honestly believe every politician runs a D&D game because they'd be good at them. Hopefully not a player, though. That'd be the worst. Oh. Yes, I cast Mordekaisen's Watchful Hound, or whatever it is. Definitely. So,
Obama, what do you want to do on your turn? Oh, well, you know. Let's just leave it at that.
actually, no, I think he'd be a good D&D player when I stop and think about it. He seems pretty
All
fun.
right, you're right. Trump, what would you like to do on your turn?
There we go.
I win the game. Fake rules. Those are fake rules. These are my rules.
How many nat 20s have you rolled today?
I only roll 20s. There's no other numbers.
You got the dice made in China from a good reputation. Very good shop. Very good shop. Very good reputation. The best.
Horrifying.
Oh, okay.
He's just like imagining it's just a nightmare. Anytime his character takes a hit or something like that, just spitting out the dummy.
Oh my word. Every time you ask him what his HP is, it's only like 5 under.
Yeah. Best actors.
Players are getting kicked out of an inn because they ain't got no money. He's like, I got millions. DM doesn't even ask. He's just like, okay, fine. Alrighty, so giant
That
spinning
description?
cogwheel with doors opening and closing, and a destroyed monodrome of incredible creation and construction.
At the very least, we could use the monodrone's body to jam open one of the doors.
Do they open long enough to jump through?
Give a perception check on that one.
Okay.
So you could also wait out like 5-10 minutes and just watch things to figure out, of course. That's always an option if you're trying to figure out timing and you're not in a rush. However, I do perception checks to save you time so I don't have to click the time arrows forward. 28 on your perception as you rub your jaw and you're like, oh yeah, somebody could definitely make that jump. Right through.
Oh, it's gonna be me.
without telling us what she's doing, just an
Yeah.
intense stare and then a leap into action.
Yeah, I'm gonna jump through one.
It
As
does
it
appear
opens.
to be opening and closing at a pattern with that because you were watching for it. Sorry, Julian, you got a 9 on that one earlier. Flux is definitely looking for bad guys. I had to run it. It was... But a 28? Oh, jeez. You definitely can see a pattern to the doors, though. And that information would be freely shared with everybody else, essentially, if you want. By all means, if you want. Or you can just boot her.
I'm pretty sure she's jumping through the door and then she'll share it.
Hey, I had to at least give the options.
I'll shout it as I'm jumping. The doors are opening in a pattern. I'm gonna go check it out, and I'm gonna jump. I will jump. I can't move
Alrighty.
that way.
So what
Oh,
you're
yeah.
going to need...
I'll go through that one. I
is
guess.
an acrobatics check to
Okay,
make your
okay.
way across the moving gear, because you can see the spinning hexadome thing I've put on. That's sort of to give you an idea of the spinning gear as it goes.
We've only pressed one of these icons, right? Maybe we should try pressing the other one. Alex says as he sees Bellamy begin to move, because I just
I'm
thought
gonna
of it
guide
then.
All right.
Oh, okay.
With an 18, you're able to keep your balance on the cogwheel as you run across. However, as you jump for the door, right into the wall.
Aww.
Give me a dex save.
Oh, okay.
With a 10 on your dex save, you're able to land on top of the cogwheel and hold on. And now you're just spinning around slowly.
I didn't make it, guys.
Are you okay?
I think so. Just my pride.
Getting the timing down looks to be a bit tricky, especially where the wheel is spinning and the door is only open for a fraction of a moment. Of course, I say this, but there's a second door in Bellamy's path over here that opens as you're spinning in that direction. You know.
Can you reach this panel? Does it do anything?
Ooh, I'll like on my stomach, like shimmy across the metal and try and reach that panel and see if it does anything.
Alright, give me a dex save.
Okay.
Alrighty, as Bellamy reaches out with one hand and smacks it down on the button, the cogwheel comes to an immediate halt, causing her to lurch forward and flip over the side, which makes Lulu lean forward. Oh no, Bellamy! Of course, she's holding on, lifts herself back up, gives the thumbs up, you know.
I'm alright,
Wanna do
guys. Alright.
You know, we took the roundabout way, but we got there.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So maybe we get you back over here, then we use Mage Hand to try and stop the whenever the door opens, we hit the button on that.
Oh.
And it stops.
I could just sit here.
You 100% sure that you won't fall off? What's below you?
Yeah, that's a great question. What is below me? Like, directly? Is it all just like if I fall, am I going into like a meat grinder?
Bellamy have a fear of heights? Because I imagine if you're sitting on the side of a skyscraper
Probably a little
without
bit.
realizing it, and you look over the edge.
Oh god. Oh god.
You can see the red smoke far below that makes up the area beneath Kintyre.
I've made a horrible mistake.
He simply must come back while the
Yes.
gear is not moving.
Yes, that sounds like the plan. I'm going to very slowly and carefully make my way back to the safety.
We can't fly. That's just, who knows what will happen.
Yep.
Oh.
Hey, Bellamy, what's down below? I know, let me look. Oh, shit. Absolutely nothing. I'm coming back. Very well done. So, it is no longer moving.
I also love, like, my headcanon picture of Bellamy, like, looking at the doors, not looking down, and being like, yeah, I can do this, and just running across the gear, and not even realizing until later that she very easily could have just fallen to her death.
That sort of brazen, crazy act, I'm sure it makes Jade proud.
As you're standing on a wall.
Yeah.
Oh, dear, wow. The disaster averted.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Well, if Mage Hand can press it, can I press it with a quarterstaff? Because then I don't have to stand on the cog. I can stand on the wall and just poke it with a quarterstaff.
Stand on the wall.
Yay, climb
Oh,
speed.
right. You do weird things.
Jade, who's presently standing on the wall looking at Bellamy's, she says that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Lulu hanging upside down, holding onto Jade's back, big smile on her face.
I mean, yeah.
If Mage Hand
If
works.
Jade can walk on walls.
Oh, that's true.
Mm.
Then maybe it takes a I was going to say a living person, but given the minute constructs, maybe it takes like a autonomous creature.
None of that keyword creature.
When I pushed it, did it seem like it had any like
There was-
markings or like anything indicating that it had to be like a human hand or like a humanoid?
I will
Or
say
anything?
there was no give to it. It responded to your touch, not the pressure. The second your hand pressed upon it, it was triggered.
Okay, I will relay that.
And John, just in case you had yourself on mute, were you already sending that hand over?
No, I've just been thinking. I'm
No
trying to
worries.
remember if we had did it or not.
You
Okay.
used Mage Hand on the first one here,
Yeah.
but the one that stopped it was the one over here. So we hadn't fully tested everything.
Actually, before we do that, I'm just kind of curious. This probably will be nothing. But what's underneath the cogs?
Oh, we were just talking about that.
No, sorry. My apologies.
Cylindrical.
If you're
it's
underneath,
stupid long.
if you're underneath looking up, is there anything written on the bottom of the cog?
It's cylindrical and stupid long. It goes the full depth down, from what you can see
But
up
it-
here.
More or less, I'm just want to make sure there's no clues on the bottom of the cogs.
There's no bottom that you can see from up here. Like, think
Oh,
of it
really?
like a
Right.
churro.
The cogs go all the way down?
Yep, they grind against the sidewalls to push other cogs along. Gigantic machinations. It's not just a flat cog, it's a cylindrical one. Which means if you were to fall down inside of this area between gear and wall,
Yep.
I don't think the DM could save you from that meat grinder, my friend. Falling down inside of this area, you just bounce around a bit. Fall down inside of here, and it's just gonna be a straight dive down. But you fall down over here.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I did warn you
Okay.
there was some Prince of Persia shit coming, right?
Well, where's our dagger of time then, Alan?
I said no dagger of time. I specifically said none. And Jade said he might have one, and I said, oh crap.
I bet there'll be a Dahaka though at some point chasing us. Now let's see if I can remember everything from the trilogy. Oh, and then there'll be dark versions of us, just like the Dark Prince. There you go. I remember the Sands of Time trilogy.
Can't do that. It's going to be a rerun if I do that part, though. I've already had the bad guys show up.
Yeah.
You decided to
I'd
mind
never-
control them.
Alright, let's mage hand this one first again.
That one, no response.
So it does seem to have to be a creature to press it.
We'll try that other one with your mage hand.
Mage hand,
Powerful spell.
mage hand touch this one.
Nothing happens.
Alright.
Okay.
Lulu's going to
So it
speak
does
up.
seem to...
I've been hanging out on the dark side, and I've had an evil idea. Why don't you take that monod hand with your mage hand and flop it on? She looks at Jade.
Such-
You're a bad influence, and then laughs and gives him a wink and then gives him an elbow.
That's such a really good idea, Lulu. Alec digs in a pouch for some kind of delicious treat to give her.
Finds a
I
funny
will... I will have the mage hand pick it up and press this one.
thing. Unfortunately, no response.
Okay.
Lulu's like,
Alright.
well, no, that proves it. I can't be evil. I'm not very good at it.
Alright. Mage hand it is. I mean, sorry, reduce person, and then mage hand myself over to it. And then I'm gonna press it.
What?
Which button? The one labeled forward or the one labeled back?
We'll do forward.
All right. So it begins.
Well, have
once
you
again.
have you not seen me do this yet?
I don't think so.
Yeah,
This
no,
is incredible.
I'm a small creature, so when I do this, I'm small enough that I can stand on my mage hand, and it can carry me around.
Internet
Is
says
that
it's okay.
Absolutely did.
Is that a signature spell for you?
Yes,
Okay, interesting.
because
I-
teleporting was risky, so I was like, reduce, enlarge.
Okay. I'm always just fascinated by like high level spell choices because like there's the conventional wisdom like you see online and then there's like combos like this.
As you're holding yourself up with mage hand and you're floating over, before you push that button, you feel a considerable strain from your own tiny weight on the hand, your own pressure pulling you down. Feels almost as though the gravitational force upon yourself is quintupled at least. So give me a concentration check to keep yourself in air with that mage hand.
Oh boy.
When you say concentration, as if I'm concentrating on a spell.
Uh-huh.
Okay, cool.
Right.
I have advantage.
Exactly. The DM's at least being kind in that regard. The spell breaks. No, I'm only kidding. You hold on. You feel as though it was with great consideration that you did, and you're going to have to continually roll those every round while floating around with the hand. It would appear as though something about Kintyre tries to ground everything within it. You can tell that now. It's why Lulu cannot fly. It also means, most likely, magical flight is also off the table. However, your character certainly... Wait, how far can Mage Hand move?
30 feet a turn.
Yeah, you can certainly float out there, push the button, and float back. You've got enough space to do that with Mage Hand. But
Yeah.
unfortunately, your ability to traverse the planes with Mage Hand has become slightly more difficult.
Yeah.
I say slightly because really, is it that hard for you to roll that high on friggin' No, it's not. You're gonna whoop those.
I mean, it all depends on what the concentration DC is.
You'll know when you fail.
Exactly. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. I get a plus 11, so like it shouldn't be too bad.
So it is spinning once again.
So I'm going to then position myself by the other one, and when one of them opens, I'd like to press it to stop it.
Alrighty. That is going to be a dex save.
Oh boy.
So you go ahead and roll a dex save
Whoop.
to see if you've got the good timing.
I rolled it as advantage by mistake, but 13 was the first roll anyways.
With a 13 getting a 17 total as you slam the button, the door closes 3/4 of the way, creating a tiny space that you'd have to squeeze through.
Oh, I have no problem with it. But when you say like squeeze through, do you mean like would Flux be able to get through it?
A small creature would have to squeeze through because it's a quarter of the size.
Okay. All right. In that case, I'm going to continue my concentration check. 20.
Dex save.
Oh, fuck.
Alright, your character lands on his feet as you drop yourself. However, you feel underneath your feet, unfortunately, there's a button, right? What do you think you landed on? Give me another dex save.
Oh boy.
Joy. We're just about to... before I actually roll this, just so you know, all know what I picture is going to happen, is this is going to start spinning, and I'm going to go flying.
Is Nimbar like on the cog? Like, is he gonna pass by within arm's reach?
He's getting there now. He's holding on for dear life with a 15. He manages to stay on top as the thing starts spinning beneath his feet, throwing him off balance, but he manages to keep pretty good as it spins around with him standing on it.
You're on mute, Dean.
As he goes by, am I able to, like, tap the top of his head or something, or like give him a high five?
Yep, you had to have enough time to interact with him while he goes by.
I was
Okay,
going to
I'm
suggest that
incredibly
we...
uncomfortable, so I'm just going to cast Death Ward on him.
We sent out the rogue with a climb speed before we did this, but this is fun.
Well, again, like, it all would have worked out other than the concentration checks.
We just like to do things. We like to take the scenic route, guys.
I also like how he's a tiny creature. You could have just skipped him up, but you cast Death Ward on him.
Well, because he's got to stay on so he can keep pushing the buttons.
Can I? Let me check something. Sir.
Meanwhile, as he spins around, Lulu snorts a laugh, looks up at Jade, and says, rather casually, then immediately corrects herself, says, "Oh no, I'm only kidding. I hope you make it okay. Oh, poor little boy." Lulu's probably the only person who could do that. Be like, if he dies, he dies. Oh no, not really. He crazy though. I'd lead the light switch again. Wrong one. There we go. Oh, that's a much better
No! Little son of a bitch behind it. That knows what it's doing.
Oh, that's a good one.
Oh dear.
That's so good.
Okay.
I found it. I
Right.
have to go get a gif of that so I could toss that in just so we have it.
That's so.
So that's Jade running on the wheel and Nimbar stuck in between the bar, right?
Oh my god, probably.
Probably.
Oh, I'm gonna use Feline Swiftness. Let's really go. Hasted action, please.
Jade, do you want to come pick up the little tiny creature? Who's kind of holding on for his dear life?
It's a little
Think
small
about
or
it.
tiny. Because I want to make a comment if I'm already holding the small one.
I'm tiny.
I can hold Lulu.
Alright, I'll go save Nimbar.
Lulu looks over towards Bellamy. Are you sure? I've been on the dark side. I might have changed for the worse. I have baggage now.
Oh, that's okay, friend. You come over here. I'll help you carry it.
The two most innocent in the party together.
Lulu,
Bellamy
you're
is my only character who isn't, like, the most annoying, like, shit disturber on Earth.
Yeah, but she is a shit disturber. She's thrown a few bad guys off. The bad guy shows up and he's like, I'm
Yeah.
Mr. McBad Guy. And she's like, hi, I'm Bellamy. And they're like, hi.
She is a shit disturber, but in a good way.
Yep. It works.
The best was the closing the door.
Yeah.
And it worked.
He's just like, wait, what?
Yeah.
Oh, I like that zombie. That was a fun zombie. Oh my. Alrighty, so Jade's gonna make his way across.
Yep.
Alrighty. It's an athletics or acrobatics check for you, and you do have it with advantage since you have a climb speed. You have an easier chance of gripping a solid surface as you make it across. I mean, you probably don't need advantage given that you're a rogue and Jade. But you know.
Well, I think acrobatics is one of the few skills he doesn't have trained.
Oh damn.
It actually is one of the skills I don't have trained.
We're all always confused by this.
Well, I think it's because it probably banking on the +5 from being a rogue, so you can kind of get around it.
It's a +6 right now, but do we really feel this is a spot where I need that? Like,
Oh, your cleric thing, you can become
Yeah.
skilled.
I can actually take the skill for the next 10 minutes, I think it is, and then I can't roll below 10.
It's kind of your call. I mean, it's dicey.
I mean, it would mean like you're guaranteed to succeed.
Hold it right there, John. I am
Let's
not
not.
guaranteed to succeed. I have a higher chance of succeeding.
I mean, like the 15 seems to have worked for like us thus far.
I like that Dan just said, "I'm not tempting fate." I didn't say that out loud. Not me. I didn't. Not me.
Well, you know what my response is anytime somebody tempts fate a little bit, right? Always the same response.
Also, that well, he would have the save. Anyway, we're talking numbers. It's up to you, Dan, if you want it or not. I know I used to be a knowledge cleric. You get that back in a short rest, but who knows when the next one of those will be.
All right. Well, I'll just try it, and then if it doesn't work,
You fail and file. No problem. You make your way onto the cog, catching yourself with acrobatics beneath your feet. I'll save you a half step getting around all these tokens. There you go. And now that you're on the wheel and it's moving, you have no trouble traversing it. Especially with your climb speed.
I'll go save Nimbar.
Who needs mage hand when you got jade hand?
Thank you.
Wow!
And the wheel spins round and round.
I'll go over to the button to stop it with the door open and see if I can do it.
All right. So that's going to be a dex saving throw. Did you hover a hand over the button? No whammy, no whammy. Stop! There's a throwback. Now give me a dex save. You have advantage on this due to the fact that you have a climb speed. Yeah. 2 19s, look at that. So, with a 27 on your first dex to stop the wheel and a 33 on your own dex for balance, you landed perfectly, the door itself opening up, wide open. And I'll go ahead and modify the light so that it's no longer spinning. That works really well. And your door is ajar. No, I mean just locking the other one.
Guys, when
cast
we get out of
polymorph
hell, we
on
should open up a circus.
Who cast polymorph on the door? Well, it's a jar now.
Well, bring it. You're gonna be open. It'll come as a nice display in the freak show at the circus.
All right, Dan, I'm gonna have to ask you to put a lid on these bad jokes. They're my territory.
Because let's have a jar.
I'm gonna blow a raspberry at that one.
Raspberry jam.
Look, one of my other characters has a jar of jam.
Oh,
Okay, I don't know if anyone has been watching the Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial.
Oh, religiously?
It is hilarious, but like she's like, yeah, a jar of cocaine, and then like the meme is like, did she say a jar? And it's like, oh, I've got a jar of dirt. Yeah, I've got a jar of dirt.
oh my word! Yeah, you can't avoid it. It's all over social media on every single thing.
Oh,
But
Oh,
I
gosh,
did
she
laugh
Sorry,
was
so
Killian.
hard.
oh, it's been a circus.
I said beyond everything else, I've got a jar of dirt. When I saw that on social media, that did make me laugh. I was like,
Oh my god.
I'm not surprised, but that was funny. So, just the line was funny in the placement of it. But every time I turn my phone on or open anything up, I'm like, all right, I need a new bad guy for Dungeons and Dragons. Ultimate bad guy shows up in the courtroom. It's like, no, Dungeons and Dragons. Stop it, phone. You're not gonna get me looking up again. I'm no more. I need new news. Alrighty. So, Jade, you've got an open door. What you doing, Dan?
Well, we wanted to go through the door, so let's have a look inside.
Yep.
Glancing in the room, you notice another one of the floor panels, this one more polished and brass than the others. Beyond that, a box with a red arrow pointed on top of one, pointing at another larger box behind it, and a turn further in this room towards the left.
Well, Nimber, you feeling brave?
What do you have in mind?
It's a yes/no question. Are you feeling brave?
Maybe?
I feel like it's a loaded question coming from Jade.
Yeah, like normally I would say yes, but it is Jade asking.
Okay.
As you walk into this room, the smell of mildew emanates from the floor. No, I just always love saying that. Standard stone and metal work around in this constructed area, though you see another one of those cogwheel doors up ahead, quite firm in front of you as I make sure to lock that too. Because I keep forgetting to do that.
All right, but yeah, no, yeah, I'm brave. What do you have planned?
Walk into the room without stealth.
Okay. I don't know why, but I was expecting something worse from you.
I was debating on throwing an Nimbar, but
Oh my, oh my.
I don't even know I'd be mad at that. I'd probably be too busy laughing.
Until you hit the ground.
no.
I mean, agreed.
I haul back and cast Mage Hand and throw him.
30 feet he goes. Give me a concentration check to make sure you can hold him. Oh my. Well, you find yourself in this small room with a door in front. Another cogwheel door.
I really want to open the one that the arrow's pointing to.
That's probably a trap. We probably want to open the one with the arrow on it.
Probably. But it's pointing towards the big one.
Oh, excuse me.
I'm going to regrow, though.
Should we come with you guys before you do anything, or should we stay here?
I don't know. Courtney, do you think Bellamy wants to walk across that again?
Hell yeah.
Lulu gives a nod. Oh, don't you worry. If we fall, I'll flap my wings with everything I got and we'll both be frigged. Oh.
Yeah. Yeah, it'll be fine. I'll walk over.
Anybody else joining them?
Yep. I'll make my way over when the way is clear.
Luck's heading over with them too.
Yeah, I'll go too.
Oh,
All right.
come on, MP boy.
My turn to trigger my
Sometimes.
echo. I'll bring your mini over to save you a step, Jillian.
Oh, thank you. Sorry. I could have done that. I'm so sorry.
Oh, no worries. Oh, just so you can see where that's what's going on the map.
I'll go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was just say I'm going to go up and listen at this door while they tinker.
Silence. Absolute silence.
I would like to cast Mage Hand to try and open the box with the arrow.
Unable to open it, and it's too heavy for your mage hand to move as well. Quite dense, it would seem.
I will let the others know.
Do you need a flux for this? See, I don't have a crowbar, actually, I think. But
I think I do, actually.
I think that gives advantage for opening stuff. Or
Yeah.
no, a plus modifier. I'm not sure.
Yeah, if you can ever apply a leverage of a crowbar, you gain advantage
Yeah,
on
I
strength
do.
checks.
I do have a crowbar. I'll use it.
So what are you using the crowbar on? Boxes or the door?
You guys want to open first?
Maybe the boxes before we kind of move on.
I like
Sure.
the box with the arrow.
This one right here?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll go open that one.
As you walk over towards the hatch and ready up your crowbar, you find there's nowhere to actually insert it, and this box is completely sealed. And even the latches on front and all that are entirely decorative. Glancing at the other,
Is it made out of? Is it metal or is it wood?
Stone, in fact, painted to look like a wooden metal box. Same with the other one behind it, larger as it is.
Is the cover distinguishable from the actual box?
Pardon?
Is the cover of the box, the lid, actually distinguishable from the rest of it? Like, is there a crease or anything?
Not at all. Completely sealed. It's a little piece of artwork, it looks like. Box in the back's almost 5 foot high, mind you. Box in the front about 2.5 foot, half its size. Both made entirely of stone, but exceptionally well crafted to look like boxes until you get close enough to actually inspect them.
So, can I lift it and shake it? Is it solid stone or is it is it hollowed out?
Now, with that being said, Flux might be able to lift it, but we're going to say for the intent and purpose of, pick it up and jiggle? No. But with your incredible strength, you might be able to move them because, well, that's how that works.
I'll explain that to the rest of the group.
Where the small one touches the larger one, is there a crease around there that looks like the smaller one could be pushed into the bigger one?
No, there wouldn't be a cutting in the bigger one for the smaller one to fit into. They're almost perfectly pressed against each other. There's a very small gap. You could probably fit a couple sheets of paper down inside of it, but that appears to just be the way they ended up. And Courtney's on a quick...
Hey, do you guys want me to try the door, or do you want to examine these boxes more?
I don't know. If they're just solid lumps of stone, I mean, I think the only thing they could really do is like try breaking them, like cracking them, see if they're hollow or not. Well, you may be able to tell if they're hollow just by knocking on them, but if they're just like stone blocks, I don't know.
I mean, I did already ask Alan. He said that they were solid.
Yep.
Because I said I picked it up and shook it around to see if it was hollow.
Right. And is there anything been done with the panel?
Not as of yet. The panel on
Why
the
do I
door
feel
hasn't
like?
been-
Why do I feel like if we open that, we're gonna find another monitor?
Or is it like is this like a classic Uncharted puzzle where we need to move the block onto the pressure plate? Who knows?
Is it a pressure plate? Does it move?
Nimbar's pretty tiny, but him, as he walked over, it did not make the plate move.
Can I push my foot on it and see if it moves?
It has about as much give as the other ones you've previously interacted with.
Is the section of floor that the stone boxes are on like different to the other ones?
Nope, same sort of standardized work throughout the area.
I can try to pry it open again too, or we can just go to the. I don't know. What do you guys think? I don't know.
I was kind of letting Dan and John head this one because did the last one, so I'll leave it to those guys.
Dean's way of saying, oh.
Well, my vote would be to like check the panel out, but Jillian raises a valid point. We could just find another drone of some description.
Or we could find another one of those power discs, like we did before.
That's true.
Alright, I'll pry it open. Can I use my crowbar on this?
Yep. You use that to give yourself advantage on the pull.
Please roll over a 10. It doesn't even have to be good. Just give me a double digit.
I'm not helping, so
There you go.
there you go.
Oh,
Lux shoves the crowbar
look at
in,
that.
puts a foot down on it, pops the lid up with it, gives a nod, grabs on with her talons, rips up, lifts the thing straight up into the air, and it's empty.
Oh, it's empty. Is there enough space for a stone block?
You might be able to shove the small one in there.
I do it.
Aren't you holding up the?
Oh, will it release? I thought I the way that Alan described it made me think I tore it clean off, but
Oh, no. Wait, it's actually too
I'm
tough
sorry.
even for you to do that. My apologies. I do
Okay.
have some.
No,
sometimes
you
little
don't need
fun
to
with my
apologize.
descriptions.
no,
But
that's
you-
okay.
You are holding it up and stuck with it as per the norm.
I try to scooch it over with my tail. I can't. I don't think I can do it.
Strong
Okay.
as you are.
The smaller stone block is a flux size problem, right?
Most likely. It's very heavy for its size.
Is there any way I can wedge the crowbar in to keep it open a little bit, or will it break?
Let me see here. How much does a block of stone weigh?
Depends on
Cubic
the size and the
yard, Jesus.
material.
Cubic foot weighs 165.2 pounds. So it's going to be 8 times that. So you're talking almost 1,000 pounds. This 2 cubic foot is 8 times the area of 1 cubic foot, right? You just think dice. 1 dice would be there.
The
but if you
math
wanna
guy,
make
I don't know.
If you have 1 dice and you
That-
want to make a double-sized square, you need 8 of those dice. So if you have 8 of those, you're talking at least about 1,200 pounds. So whoever can move that big of a weight could move the smaller of the 2 cubes. And as Jillian has actually pointed out, the rock's weight is determined by its density and volume. We don't exactly know the density, but I'm being lazy and using some basic numbers off the internet, which lead me to say 1,200 pounds.
Yeah. I'm just having a quick read through a spell, but I don't think it's going to work.
What you can push, drag, or lift a weight in pounds, I think, up to twice your carrying capacity or 30 times your strength score.
Yeah, I think I can do 300. That's. You said it's 1,000. I don't
Actually, yeah,
think
that's beyond everybody. That's like a 30 strength score. So that's an athletics check to be able to do it. You know what I mean? And you'd want to do it in a team.
Well, I'd go in on that because I have athletics.
but,
Jade flexes. I can do this.
I can try and help Jade do it. I've got athletics, but it's a very low number, so I'd probably let you roll.
Oh, you both would have to roll.
Oh, we both would.
Yeah, this
Okay.
is more like when the team is rolling stealth and the team's like, and the DM says, "Everybody roll."
Right. I mean, we could give it a step. We have a step. I just read Misty Step. We give it a try.
Can I help if I'm not trained in athletics?
Can you
No.
enlarge one of us?
I can.
Because that
Can you
does something
minimize
with
the block?
strength.
Gives you advantage on strength checks and saving throws.
And what was that?
Yeah.
Can you minimize the block?
Oh, that's actually a good question. Reduce certain. An object. Yes, so I can reduce the block, which will then make it 1/8 the 1/8 of its normal weight.
Which makes it about a cubic foot instead of 2 cubic foot for the 8.
Yeah,
of the
so
weight,
12. You said it was
about
1,000.
180 pounds. That is-
Oh, if it's
I'm gonna
180
lean in
pounds.
and give a point of inspiration to Jillian. That was a quick, clever use of the spell.
Yep.
All right.
Nope, make
So
it smaller,
I think. Does anybody need inspiration? I already have it.
I have it.
I think the whole team has it. Y'all stopped using
Same.
it like 2 levels ago.
Well, we just rely on each other to give advantage if we really need to. I'm more likely to use it in combat.
That's the way it goes.
I Yeah, I don't think I've been forced to make a save in a while. I like to save it for a save.
Oh, right. So, as Nimbar is doing that, and then as pretty much any one of you, I believe, is moving the block over, Jillian, give me another acrobatics check for Flux, as she has to hold it up for another round while they load the stone block in.
Athletics?
You
or
mean
acrobatics?
athletics, surely?
Athletics. I said acrobatics, didn't I?
Yeah, it's okay. I do that all the time. Do you want me, can I still use my crowbar?
Yep,
If
it's-
one person is helping, if it only takes one person to move the block now, I'll help Flux with
Okay.
holding it up since I have athletics, so she can have advantage.
Gets it without the crowbar that way, gets it automatically. Crowbar could help with the initial pry, holding it up though. Wedge it into the ground, but then things could go badly. Yeah, no problem. I wonder if this is like intense surgery, you know, when someone leans over and pats the sweat off the doctor's brow. Jade's like leaning over and patting the sweat off Flux's brow. She's like, hey, thanks, buddy. That I can see it easier now. Only because, like, my god, almost 30 strength. But no, with both of you giving a grab on either side and lifting and pulling, the extra help certainly balances out. A 31 on the athletics, no trouble holding it up as the stone is loaded in. Dropping it down.
Yeah.
I'm just hovering at the moment in case anybody has any other things. Because otherwise, you release the thing, which immediately drops back into the floor with a bit more of a firm thud with the extra 200 pounds.
For the record, we're never getting that out.
Oh, probably not.
Are you breaking concentration on your enlarged reduce so it turns back to normal?
I don't know why, but I don't want to say yes. I'm going to say yes, but I don't want to.
Alright. And hey, my math was on. If it's halved in all directions, 1/8 of weight. I said increase by double size, that increased it times 8 per weight. I was right! Yay! Thank you, enlarge reduce. Alright, so you restore its size, and you immediately hear a whining and a grinding sound. And then a thud, as the circular pedestal drops about 3 inches deeper into the thing. No longer flush with the top, making a slight indent now.
Anyone think we may have broken something?
Lulu leans over from Bellamy's shoulder and just whispers, "Yeah, I think you broke it."
I honestly don't know. You see it's like having a key. You see a key, you see a keyhole. You try keyhole. I feel like if they didn't want us to break it, then they should have had some instructions. Basically, what I'm saying is this isn't on us, guys.
Lulu gives a laugh. Well, that wasn't the solution. It was fun though. Ho ho.
It wasn't the solution. It was a solution. Okay. Well, I guess we try the door. Doesn't sound like there's anything behind it.
You giving it a grab and trying to open?
Oh, I'll motion to it with my thumb, but I don't like to step on the door's territory until I see what Jade's feeling. You never know if he wants to do. He's checking for traps and locks, or if he doesn't care about this door.
Well, we've already been told they're all locked, so I'm gonna have to at least pick a lock.
Oh, sorry, I meant that as in the line segments. I needed to lock them all so you didn't accidentally open them. That was my implication with that one. But that doesn't mean I didn't lock them all actually anyway, you know. I'm definitely going to give you a run for your money. I have to. Otherwise, no fun.
Alright, I check for traps.
All right.
Oh, I'll get out your way.
So you go ahead and give me that roll with your thieves' power to see if you can find any traps on it.
I'm rolling sleight of hand, correct?
Yep.
Okay, since I'm not picking a lock, I'm rolling stealth instead because of the differences in values.
Yep. Ooh. Still gets a bloody 18 on the roll. 36 total. To your horror and dismay, you can indeed determine that the door is trapped. But you're not sure how. You're not sure what the trap is. You're not sure if it can even be disarmed. Which implies that traps inside of this area, because you've seen this design and this construction written once before, from excerpts from that horrid Mad Mage dungeon, where some traps cannot be detected. Not that it's the same as the Mad Mage dungeon, but that concept is. You may find traps here that cannot be detected, but you've detected a trap that cannot be determined, which is even worse. You know there's a trap there, but you don't know what the trap does. So you don't know if it's a bad trap or a good trap. But as of right now, it's a quantum trap. Both good and bad at the same time.
Well, should we try another door, or?
I'll
Let me-
unlock the door.
All right. You giving me that check because it is in fact locked.
Yeah, and I'll be turning the infiltrator's key back into the key so I can have advantage on the pick.
The keys spinning around the neck like keys on a keychain, setting themselves in position, readying themselves. I mean, I
Oh.
don't know why you're bothering, Dan. You're getting like 16s and 17s and 19s together on all your rolls. You don't even need advantage. The dice is just like, no, he's our king today. He's our king. So, 40 as you knock it into the stratosphere for the crazy high roll. And the door is now unlocked. Opening it, however, may be its own challenge, given the sheer weight of this door. You can confirm through these examinations that these doors have some way to be powered, so opening them would actually be a very straightforward and easy process. Give it a slight nudge and it would roll out the way. But that doesn't appear to be the case. Right now it is unpowered, the gears unable to turn on their own, which is why the first one was so difficult to open.
Do you think this is anything like the Magic Academy, that if you cast a spell that, well, no, Nimbar's cast 2 spells already and nothing's powered up. Just answered my own question.
Lulu looks left and right, really scared and worried, looks up with a bit of a smile, then leans into you and just whispers, Don't give him any ideas. He gonna get you.
Who is he, Lulu? Who are you talking about?
You don't need to know. I'll do nothing, she says as she looks up. I'll do nothing. Sorry, I had to break it one time. Just one time.
That's good. I like the idea that Lulu just always knows a little bit more than what's going on, but can't tell us.
I still like the idea of making a warlock whose patron is the DM.
That wouldn't be too bad. I mean, who gives you spells? The DM. Technically.
And just like if the warlock ever pisses you off, I go to cast Eldritch Blast. Yeah, it doesn't work.
Shit.
What? Why not? You go to communion with your patron, and the patron's like, "You need to smarten the hell up."
You commune with your patron. You're like, hey, you know that shit you did in that tavern in the last town? Yeah. That was awesome, man. Just keep up on that. I mean, any DM as a patron would just be like, you're doing so good. I'm so proud of you. You all know it.
For the most part, other than the time they do the one thing just really piss you off.
Oh.
Like silence on a monologue.
Yeah. I felt bad for those players. I'm like, you just trapped yourselves. Oh, well. I'll use it. He wanted to be like, Mwaha, by the third sun I will strike thee down through the moon of the second phase. Ready or something. The party was like, nah. They even sat down right before they did it, and they're like, hey, see that guy there? Yep. Yeah, he's definitely casting a spell or something. Yep. And they usually use verbal components and all that stuff, right? Yep. So it kind of looks like the DM's prepping a super duper monologue. Oh, yeah. Yeah, let's cast silence on him. I'm like, damn it! Don't have counterspell on this guy. Oh my. So, Dan, you have unlocked the door. However, it's still quite heavy and hard to move, so it's going to be an athletics check to move the door open. It's up to you if you want to have Jade do it, or leave it as a flux problem, as we like to joke, since it's anything that's heavily strength-based. It's kind of hard not to double down on with a fighter or a barbarian, right? Oh my god, there's a dorky smiley face in the rock right there.
Well, now I can't unsee it.
Right? Like, it's really obvious. I like that.
Okay, so now that you said that, now I'm like looking right beside it, and it kind of looks like a demented torso with like little nipples.
I saw a goofy elephant.
Yeah, I saw like an elephant or an anteater or something. Okay, John?
Yeah.
We know what you got on the brain.
Well, yeah, okay. You guys, you guys can be innocent. That's fine. I don't mind being the non-innocent one.
Like, I was seeing a dorky thing with a cute little face, and those are the two eyes. I did not see, like, nipples on a torso. Can confirm.
I just, like, we saw the face, and then the body's next to it, like...
Oh, maybe it's like a turtle. That's the front head of the turtle, and it goes back, and that's the body, because that's the shell, and you can see the markings. You just can't see the legs or the rest of it. Anything else? My god.
Anyways, let's stop this now, because I'm already embarrassed.
Oh, it's all good, bud. It's all good.
Oh,
I can see where you're coming from on that one.
Yeah, I just have to laugh now.
Oh, yeah.
Oh my god, this face is not impressed with us.
Alrighty. Dan, did you want to give the door a shot, or did you want to leave that up?
Chime of opening.
Ah.
I'll move back and then use the chime of opening. Since we know there's a trap.
Alrighty. As you tap the chime. The time, my god.
The time for the chime?
I have to wonder, would the chime of opening be able to rotate something like this? It can now be open, but it's incapable of opening itself. It would be like the hinge on a door is rusted shut. Would a chime of opening open the door? I'm gonna say yes, because, well, I mean, otherwise it's kind of a pointless magical item. It's a little above, I think, what it's supposed to be able to do. But that seems good to me. But it's a rare.
There's no weight limit.
Yeah, little things like that. I wonder what would happen if you came up to two gargantuan doors on the front of a building and just said, open. They'd open. So, without any trouble, the gear slides slowly into the adjacent wall, grinding along as it does. Though nothing else seems to happen. However, Alec may be horrified to see what lies ahead. A spider encrusted on top of a large brass crate, locked firmly shut on the front. Spiders, right?
Yeah, spiders are always bad times. Can't trust them. Because a spider's never relaxed. It's always like waiting, ready to get something. You never see like a spider stretched out like a dog with all 8 legs, just like to one side. Always ready.
Well, those ones that bury themselves in the sand look like they get pretty comfy. Legs flatten out and they flatten down. I mean, they're still definitely waiting for the kill, but...
That's first time I saw that, I was like, that's just why? Why does that exist? The way it shakes itself under the dirt, just like
Yep.
wrong.
At least Lucas the spider's cute.
Lucas the spider?
Oh, I'll send you a link.
Have you never seen Lucas the Spider?
Is this a Canadian thing?
Nope.
No.
just-
I
This
also
is
have
the
no
internet.
idea what they're talking about.
This is an internet thing.
An internet thing?
Alright, here we go. I'll toss this in the topic general.
Hi, my name's Lucas.
Oh,
I have three eyeballs.
I think I've seen some images of this, but I don't know. It's still a spider, man. It's like, ugh.
Especially when they get stuck under the glass. I've been captured. Oh, it's just adorable. They do a good job. I try my best to be nice with spiders because I know they're more helpful than anything else, but damn, they're creepy.
There's, you know what? I only ever see a spider in the bathroom. It's like it just waits until you're sat down in your fortress of fallen solitude, and then they just appear and like, hey man, and you're like, just anywhere else. You could just be anywhere else right now. But now,
Hey.
when I'm sat on the crapper, you show
He's,
up.
he's trying to help you. He's trying to scare the shit out of you.
That's a good one. That's quite frankly, John, that's not getting the recognition it deserves.
That's a pretty good one. That's a pretty good one for sure.
It was a shitty joke, but I appreciate it.
God. Oh well, if he's trying to help, like you should put on some relaxing music. As soon as you see a spider, you just tense up.
Well, if it walked over and pulled a match out of somewhere to light a candle, your first assumption would be, shit, it's burning my house down!
You're right. It's a complicated issue.
Goes to turn on the music, mixes up, hits the wrong one, starts playing Slayer all over the speakers. And you're just thinking it's coming to get you, and it's like, oh no, that's not Bon Jovi.
Oh dear.
Ugh.
Right. So there's a chest with a spider.
Sorry, this spider, is it like a real spider or a like ornament type thing?
Ornamental, carved into the top.
Okay.
Oh, if it was real, you would have already rolled for initiatives, or you would have met Lucas, one or the other.
It's like the idea, just this abandoned mage city with nothing living around as far as we can tell. Just one spider going, "What's up? What's up, guys? How are you alive? Don't worry about it."
I eat metal.
Hi, friends. It's Lucas.
Spider sees you, just jump onto a wall, dash up to the ceiling, get the hell out of there. It's like, I ain't lived 10,000 years to be squished. I saw the look in that druid's eyes. That's exactly how adventurers would feel the first time they fight an ancient red dragon, is that little spider looking up and seeing Alec. He's like, I'm out! Bail! Oh my. Well,
as long as they continue in their war against the mosquitoes, they get a pass from obliteration. But you know,
yeah.
respectful distances must be observed.
So I got
Oh,
this.
that reminds me of the fucking stats for the mosquito.
Love it.
That was amazing.
Such a perfect fit. Oh my word. Okie dokie, so I got a locked chest up in front of the party. A big one too, it's almost 5 foot high.
And it's got like a big lock in the front of it.
Yep.
Hey guys, there was a trap on that door and it hasn't gone off yet.
It has not.
That's true.
Lulu looks over. You still got one with the old guy's hands?
Alec reaches into his bag of rocks that she keeps for just an occasion where he finds himself in a rockless place.
I do have to hand it to Lulu. She is obsessed with that hand.
Joke flies over Lulu's head, though she makes one of her own. Well, I thought I'd make a nice back scratcher.
That's true. I roll a rock across the floor, see if it, I don't know, blades or anything jump up and
along without any trouble to the other side.
I'm out of ideas, guys. Well, I know a surefire way to set off a trap would be to step in there, but it seems ill-advised.
I can do it.
Wait, which way did the door open? Like, from the side?
Rolls into
Or-
the wall. I'll say
Okay.
this one it goes into.
Could we, just as a precaution, before anyone goes inside, push the remaining stone block, like, into the door jamb? So
I did the math recently already, and I could just double it up again. That's almost 8,000 pounds.
So
Actually,
it's 1,000 pounds.
with the
Reduce first.
Yeah, to
Or
be about
reduce-
the 1,200 pounds that we figured out previously. If you reduced it down to 2.5.
Yep. Yeah, but this time we can use flux.
yeah, because she's free to push it across the ground.
Yeah.
Well, it's just an idea. I have a bad history of doors slamming shut and sticking us in places. I thought maybe the rock might give us a small defense against that.
I mean, I like where your brain's at. I'm willing to reduce it. I mean, like, I would help move it, but I'm pretty sure it'd be more in the way than actual helpful.
Well, I say if we can manage to do it, we go for it then. Just finagle that. Chances the door sounds so heavy it might just shatter the stone, but I would feel better knowing that we tried.
So given the sheer weight of it, on her own, Flux could move it in about 5 minutes to push it across. It's on the fence, so I'll just say,
Right. Well, I mean, I'll help if I can. I'll give her guidance, and I've got athletics. So does Jade. I don't know how we help.
It's just based off her stats.
Yeah.
Everyone pushing together would make it a little bit quicker.
I can do that. That's fine.
So I'm going to skip forward 5 minutes. There's going to be a lot of scratch marks all through the ground, but Flux is able to push it right to the jam where the door would be. This now effectively blocks the hall as it's a 5-foot square, mind you, but you can crawl over the top of it.
I definitely don't mind going first if you guys want me to go and see what happens.
It's up to you. There's a trap in there. We can't figure out how to stop it. So
I'll go
it's
because
clear.
it's a lock on the other side, so I'm probably gonna have to pick it.
Okay. If you're sure, I definitely don't mind. I can tank a decent amount of damage. No, it might not be damage, but that's why I volunteered.
Jade's praying.
I'll give you. How about this? I'll give you I'll give you a rally so you can have some temporary hit points. Let me see. I believe it's a D12 plus 1 plus 2.
I like it. It's the eternal decision. Do we try to tank it, or do we just try to get around it?
I'll give him his best chance.
Oh, yeah.
You have... Oh, jeez. Only 6 temporary hit points. I'm sorry.
All right.
I'll give him
Better
guidance.
than nothing. I will give you moral support. You can do it!
So Jade's gonna make his way over to Brick.
Wait, is Courtney back? She can Bardic Inspiration. I don't know if she's back yet.
I don't think she's back.
She got stuck with a work call. She's probably doomed.
Yeah, that sucks.
Lori's character phases out. I have a perfect idea. Lulu drops to the ground. Oh, hell! Oh, my wings don't work. That's not cool. All right. So, Dan, what's Jade doing on the other side?
Check the chest for traps.
You give me that stealth check for the sleight of hand check. Looks good with a 34. You give me that sleight of hand check to unlock it. The dice finally forsake you, and you still get a bloody 33. You unlock it without any trouble.
I open it.
As you open this one up, you're surprised to find it isn't quite a chest. As it lifts up, it rotates backwards, creating a back wall hooked up with a couple extra bits of reinforcement on either side, because on the inside, as it extends and pops out, sort of, you know, almost like a pop-up picture book, just not quite so large, is a small table area that has multiple things of interest on it. The first one being what appears to be a book, and it's in great shape, untouched by ages, though nothing too thick. Beyond that, you also see a small red sphere, which itself seems to crackle with some energy and floats on a pedestal.
Do you want to bring the book over? Nimbar is getting like twitchy because he sees the book.
Well, no, he can't. That stone's 5 foot high. Your character's too short. You're just trying to look over it like a little kid, more or less, and trying to get a glass of water. Like, what's in there, Jake?
It can smell it.
Flux will lift him up. You go, bud.
Thanks. Put me on his shoulder like a little kid.
Yeah, exactly.
I can just picture himself doing the reverse person on himself and be like, Jade, catch me, Flux, throw me over there. And then just see this little Nimbar flipping the pages trying to read the book.
Oh my word. Well, we still got a couple minutes, Dan. What are you thinking for the book?
I'm thinking the two things that stand out are the book and the power orb. Is there anything else there that catches my looks important?
Not at all.
Okay, I'm thinking I should grab them and run.
Okay, so you're gonna do that Indiana Jones moment of then swap and go? Grab them both and jump backwards to get out of there?
Yeah, grab both and jump out.
Jade returns, looking somewhat panicked as he's holding either. I will say, the orb is somewhat warm to the touch. Not burning your hand or anything, but comfortably warm. But you have no trouble grabbing both and making your way back across the stone.
And now Jade is confused.
Yeah, because where's the trap?
The trap was probably like if we failed to unlock the door.
Possibly.
So what's in the book?
Lulu looks down, looks over at the gears, looks down at her feet again, blinks, and then her eyes go wide. Oh, I think I figured it out.
Oh, we broke the trap with the stone?
No, oh fudge, I lost it. I think the DM took it out. Oh well.
The what? Lily?
Lulu, are you okay?
Yeah, no, I'm fine. Remind me not to drink with Bellamy no more. Oh, I got a hangover.
But yeah, I would like to inspect the book. Can I read it?
Giving it a flip through, it's written mostly in common and is, for the most part, just lists various small details about this facility. Power generation and routing and how it works. Most of it's technical and it doesn't really make much sense without the context. But there are a couple things that stand out by the time you've finished reading. The first is that the city, according to this manual from cross-referencing, is presently in a powered-down state. Something that it calls its world engines, completely offline and unable to be powered. The other thing it mentions is that to bring the city up to running full capacity, 4 powerful rubies must be linked back into the power grid and turned on. It also states that at the deepest level inside of the area you're presently in, not only is there 1 of the 4, but the orb that you have is used to turn it on, to reconnect it back to the grid, to begin the power-up cycle of Kintyre, which appears to be in a sort of dormant sleep mode at this time. On top of that, the pedestal that the power orb was found on top of is a natural teleportation return point. It makes note that this gets around the metallic walls of Kintyre, whatever the heck that means, but that it returns to this point if it's not used within 24 hours.
Interesting. I will share what I found with the others. So it looks like we have our quest objectives.
Lulu speaks up. Zevio always said we didn't need no flipping manual and biff out the window every time. Anything good in there, buddy? Make sure if the receipt is stapled to the manual, that sometimes help though. You know, you might want to check. if it's on there, we could return this place and be rich.
Yeah. I'd rather power it up and see what we can do with it.
Well, it can disappear, right? Well, like, so when it was over Blackrock, it disappeared. So maybe this is our ticket to get into Negadusty and bringing the fight to him.
Does seem like it.
Well, certainly the city has properties to traverse the plains.
But it's the same
Gillian's
token.
Character had even revealed that this star in the sky, as you know from early on, would traverse the worlds itself. So, maybe this does have the power to get you to Dusty.
But what if this is what Dusty wants? What if he wants his castle?
Oh, he almost certainly would want the castle, but he's gonna end the world in 5 days. So he either...
Yeah, we that just might be where the final battle is. That just might be where we see him.
Also, but we can turn it against him, like...
What if he's already there? Isn't he? Wasn't he in some kind of crown room the last time we saw him?
Lulu gives a nod. Oh yeah, he's got a big old gigantic palace of obsidian that he rules from. He's like, I'm gonna take over the 4th layer.
Right. Forgot about that.
She blinks a few times. I still don't know how one of the Dusties turned into such a jackass. He was such a nice guy. He always gave me good head squitches whenever we went into battle.
Aw. Well, I have to run to the bathroom. Do we know, how long are we gonna go for the rest? I'm trying to figure out if we should.
Oh, we're pretty much at the end of the game for today. We're a little over on time anyway, so...
Right.
At this point...
Don't
you
want to
still
rush
have-
everyone to finish up, but I'm just trying to figure out if there's any point in me coming back after I go pee.
I wouldn't worry about it. We can probably call it here, because it's a good spot. You've got the short answers for this area, and some information on how to get Kintyre up and running again. More information to be found at the end of this dungeon, but let me give you one piece of info before you go, Jillian, that you'll love. If you finish this, the first dungeon of Kintyre, everyone will be granted level 20.
Ooh, shit.
Means a level 20 dungeon for the rest of it.
Unlimited wild shapes.
Oh yeah. Suddenly he's a squid. Now he's a whale. Now he's a shark. Now he's a T-Rex. There we go. I can walk on that.
No
I think
attack.
it's more now he's translucent and can do a bunch of healing, and now he's translucent and can take no damage, and now he's
Remember before the Cell Saga fight with Goku and Gohan were just permanently Super Saiyan?
Just like that. Oh, it's gonna be a good time. But that's after this whole thing.
I hate to
Yeah.
dip early, but I really have to go to the bathroom. I'll see
Yeah,
you guys.
How's it
next
going?
week, probably.
It's going to be good because I saw a D&D Beyond video. This really smug guy was talking about rules and multi-classing. He's like, why would you go to a level 20 druid? I mean, by the time you're level 10, you can already wild shape like 6 times per rest. And I was just like, wrong.
wrong.
Oh my
Wrong.
Wrong. You're wrong. You're wrong. It's just like,
Alright, thanks, Alan. Bye, guys.
Always a great
The-
time, Jillian. You have a good one.
There we go.
And
I want to get there just so I can prove this stranger wrong.
Yeah,
I mean,
the wild shape's only like 2 times a day, isn't it?
2 times per short rest. So like,
Okay, for sure.
technically it's like unlimited as long as you have an hour, but it seems like once you get to this kind of level, it's like for some druids you're literally just turning into an animal. Why are you restricting it so much? I see like maybe moon druids and star druids need that, but
oh yeah.
everyone else it's like, yeah, we could be an ape. Okay. Cool.
It's gonna be interesting to see all your level 20 builds in a short bit after this one, but gotta get there, and that's gonna be a fun time. I'm excited for it. Plus, I mean, it's level 20. That's like you see the achievement pop up above your head when you say it.
Yeah.
But before we duck, any questions, anybody?
Did we do the thing with the stone right? Did we break
God,
it
no.
right?
If I spoil it, you can't use it.
Right, okay, well, I thought maybe we were about to move on and never see it again, but if it's a
Exactly.
spoiler, then I'll just leave it.
If the team moves on from this area next week and decide, okay, we're done with that spot, I'll tell you, it's no problem. I have no trouble giving out the meta for that sort of stuff. But if I do, it means you can never go back for it.
Okay, right, well, we'll leave it then till we inevitably...
I did get a kick out of crushing the thing, though. I'm like, oh, that poor lift, it's ruined. And then having it fall further when the spell wears off. With dust coming up from it, it's like, yeah, no, that's never lifting again.
Yeah.
2 fluxes to do that. Oh my god.
Simulacrum.
Yep.
We could do.
Alrighty then, everyone. Well, it was an awesome time. It was great also having Courtney back. It's a shame her work stole her back from her anyway. They found a way to do it, but she had most of the game, so that was the hard part.
Yeah.
Alright, well, you have yourselves a good one, and I will see everybody next week.
Alright, thanks very much.
Next week.
Later, everybody.
Have a good one.